James Vince of the Hampshire team.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where I'm very pleased to say that though the floodlights are shining and there is a murky set of clouds overhead, play is going to restart shortly with the Surrey score on 42 without loss, with Rory Burns and Dom Sibley working hard in response to the Hampshire total that we saw yesterday of 254. We've had a little bit of a frustrating day so far with the rain falling, interrupting things. We have got a window of cricket activity to enjoy, and Felix White is alongside me to enjoy it. Felix, we've had our lunch, a little bit of trout downstairs.
Yeah, oh, you had trout? I didn't have trout, I had chicken.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good?
It was very good, thank you, Henry, thank you for asking. I'm just disappointed because we've just got such high quality cricket, three like real high level seamers bowling at Sibley and Burns, and we want to be watching that for a period of time, didn't we? It's been really frustrating. It's time not wasted though, Henry, because during the break, you will know, people will know that if they've been watching, that we're compiling a musicians 11.
Yes.
So this is musicians, which there is evidence of them playing cricket. There's only a few spots up for grabs, and during the rain break, people have obviously been thinking, because there's been some suggestions that have come in.
Go on.
Russell Crowe's one I didn't know about.
Ah, yes, is he a musician though? He's an actor.
It's a fantastic point. But David Mears has said, Henry,
I think he might be in a
co-founded the rock band Roman Antics, serving as a songwriter, guitarist and lead singer.
Well,
so technically, I think that makes him one.
I think you're probably right. I think
Barker.
I think you're probably right. So we're back underway. The pigeons go soaring across the outfield. I think we can probably take Russell Crowe.
I don't know if it quite...
We did get a slip cordon. We got an entire slip cordon.
Go on, tell me more about this slip cordon.
And it's a lovely shout.
Yeah.
Because I personally don't think Bananarama get enough of a mention around county cricket.
Yeah.
Myself. Oh, it's a good ball.
Beauty. Before you get Bananarama up, what do you think Hampshire would have been saying to themselves? Like, let's just bowl at the stumps more often?
Well, I think they didn't. Too much was available to be left alone outside that off stump for me earlier on. I think it was all a little bit timid, perhaps. So, you know, I'm pleased to see from this point of view that you want to see a good battle.
Yeah.
Barker seems to be on it right from the off. Oh, big appeal. No.
Look close, live.
It did look close. But the answer is no.
They all went up as well. I don't know. Is it height? Live, Henry. I think height might have been the only thing that saved Rory Burns there. But Keith Barker has still got his hands over his head. So he clearly believes he's been robbed there.
Yeah, looks a little frustrated, does Barker. Had a good day with the bat yesterday with that 50. He's still got his hands on his head. And he's asking the question, this time of Alex Wolf, who wasn't the umpire that gave it not out. It was Russell Warren. But he's still frustrated. We're going to see Abbas taking over.
Yes.
But here we go, David. Felix Henry, regarding musicians who can play cricket. How about Bananarama as specialist fielders? And there's a photo attached of Bananarama in a rather unorthodox slip cordon. They're very close in.
But they're not dissimilar to the Hampshire slip cordon, actually, to be honest with you. With James Vince a bit tight here.
There's the first runs to be scored after that extended lunch interval. There'll be a couple. 44 without loss.
That's his scoring areas. Dom Sibley, I want to see that run pie chart of Dom Sibley's career runs, because I reckon the majority of them are through that area, no?
Is that an No, I don't think you're wrong. And let's be honest, sometimes it isn't particularly beautiful.
In its own way it is.
But in its own way, if you look at Graham Smith, obviously left-hander, they used to step across the stumps, nudge into the leg side, and goodness, what a career.
Well, famously, Herschel Gibbs said of Graham Smith is the only cricketer he played with whose cover drive went through mid-wicket. Which I don't, it was maybe slightly unfair, but Not always, actually. But yeah, for the record, Dom Sibley intentionally tends to play through mid-wicket.
Here's another one
Go on.
that we got through.
This is a really good one. Henry's shown me a clip sent in from
Here comes.
David again, blue_bag, saying Captain Sensible in as a middle order batsman. There's a photo of him. I think this might be a record sleeve.
It might be.
I think that's a record sleeve, but he's padded up in whites with, yeah, like with a punk rock belt. There's another way of describing that, and a bat that is also a guitar.
Bit like those ones they had in the 2019 World Cup. Do you
Right,
remember?
I do remember that. Yeah, I'm not sure I approve of those.
Oh, there's the wicket. And it's a dismissal that has been really the hallmark of the way Mohamed Abbas bowls, just getting it a little bit tighter early on in this afternoon session, and Sibley offering the opportunity to the slip cordon, and the first wicket in this Surrey innings falls. Sibley gone for 16, and where Hampshire didn't quite get it right last night or this morning, Abbas bang on the money in the afternoon session with that first wicket falling. That's
on the money, isn't it? And there will be, when he retires, there will be decades long of footage of him getting batters out like that. Just sort of, not that much. I can maybe say went with slightly hard hands there, Dom Sibley, but I don't know what other scoring options there were there. Just a good ball, isn't it?
It's a good ball. And it's always difficult after a long break starting again, isn't it? And we went off after, what, half an hour of the morning session?
Yeah.
We've had nearly 2 hours with the guys in the dressing room, fielding side, feet up, batters thinking about restarting. They've had to restart now.
That's it.
3 times, if you like, or start 3 times.
That's a good point.
And so we're going to see Ollie Pope joining the action. Pope, who didn't quite come off in the season opener at Old Trafford. Certainly moments of encouragement and promise, as there tend to be with Ollie Pope. Those scores are 13 and 38. He'll feel a little bit frustrated that he's not managed to push on just a little more. And 44 for 1 early in the afternoon session. It's an awkward time for Ollie Pope to join the action here, actually. You see that extra zip there through to the gloves of Ben Brown. He took that, he's not a tall man, but he took it head high.
You're right in the way you say that it must be really hard to start and stop, especially as we were saying before we went on, you know, is this going to be another half an hour of cricket? Under cloud cover will they go off again? And if that's in your head as a batter, that must be really difficult.
Rory Burns, as you see on the right-hand side of the screen at the non-strikers, hair length now over his name on the back of his shirt.
Do you take issue with that?
No, I'm really massive fan.
Right.
Really on board with it. Oh, that's a good piece of bowling. Really good piece of bowling.
Oh, I think various members of the Hampshire slip cordon 40 nicked that. I was going to make an obvious point. I mean, famously, I mean, who isn't? But he's an anxious starter. He can be an anxious starter, Ollie Pope. But he also does average, I haven't checked this fact, about 4 million at the Oval.
You think it's 4 million and 4, actually?
4 million and 4.
Yeah.
It is actually something, it's in the 90s.
It is ridiculous. It's
isn't it?
Bradman-esque, yeah. It's ridiculous.
So they will know if he gets in, that's bad news. So you really want to bowl that off stump channel to Ollie Pope, tight and consistent as soon as he gets in.
Left by Burns. It was at back end of 2021 where his average at the Oval was over 100.
Wow.
Which is astonishing.
And what is it now?
I'm glad you've asked me that.
Sorry. Don't know if you can find it out.
I will find it out. I think that's a better line from Barker. It's just forcing Rory Burns to do something with it.
Yeah. Rory Burns batted in the last hour of play, I think. Last night, really difficult conditions, and he was allowed to sort of leave the ball. He was very disciplined, but he's allowed to do that untested for long periods. So it does feel like that's maybe been consciously corrected today, and just bowling straighter at him. Oh, there it is. They're at it now, aren't they?
Yeah. It feels a different game, doesn't it, suddenly?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting you say that, because in lots of ways this is the game, isn't it? Because you feel like if one of these two go big, there's plenty of batting. Sorry, we've got down the order. You feel like if one of these two gets in, Surrey being total command.
It's a little too straight from Barker on that occasion. I saw Ollie Pope last night, actually.
Oh, yeah?
No, I was walking through South London, and I saw this vision in the bright blue of the new Surrey training kit.
Yeah, it's hard to miss that, isn't it?
And he was running with his dog.
Oh, right.
Lovely, great big ginger dog. Running down through Clapham, near the Common. It's nicely tucked away by Rory Burns, a shot that he would have played
So this was after...
thousands of times at this ground.
Correct. This was after play, I take it?
After play. And I was just strolling through towards the Common.
Say hello?
I did.
Oh.
I said hello to Ollie and woof to his companion. He was in fairly cheerful spirits. I think he was one of those probably quite relieved he didn't have to go out and bat last night.
Yeah, he would have been.
Barker looks frustrated. I'm not sure there was anything on that, but his reaction suggests that there's a little bit of disappointment. Be interested to see the replay of that. Ben Brown diving to his right. Wasn't far from it. Got a hand to it. Should he have taken it? Was it a chance? Is the question.
It's entirely feasible, Henry, that Ollie Pope would captain England in the Ashes this summer.
Do you think?
Well, I mean, it's 5 tests back to back. Is Ben Stokes going to get through all of those 5 tests?
Is he your next captain?
Oh, he's a vice captain, isn't he? So I'm imagining that if Stokes isn't around, he would captain England, or
yeah. I mean, who else? Who else
was
would
going to do it?
My bold shout would be you'd get Butler in to do it.
Oh wow! If Stokes wasn't playing.
Yeah. Ooh, edge through the slip cordon. And was that a chance? The reaction there suggests that it was, and it's going to be 4 runs. And Abbas absolutely on the money once again, almost getting both openers in the space of 2 overs. It's a boundary, but it is not far away, that.
This is what you expect of Abbas. He's bowled really testing areas. And you do feel like, especially with rain potentially coming, that this is the moment. Can they steal a couple of wickets before we imminently go off for rain again?
It's quite bright at the moment, but there is rain about.
Wow, so okay, sorry, let me just reel back to that one out of left field. So let's say there's a situation where Ben Stokes is injured, he can't play the 3rd test, it's 1-1, and you would airlift in Jos Buttler to bat in that middle order and but I guess, you know, he's a World Cup winning captain now.
I mean, who else are you going to have doing it, is my question. How much captaincy has Pope done? Massive series in Ashes. Root is your other obvious choice, but
well, it's just made me think, you know, another Surrey legend from the past, Mark Butcher. I remember him captaining 1 game of Test cricket because he was just literally the next guy in line for an injury side. Marcus Roscovic was vice captain for a long time. Did he captain England in Test matches?
Might have done. Can't remember.
But I don't know. Yeah, it does seem he seems a bit green to do it. Ollie Pope. I think you're right.
I mean, Root would be the more obvious. It depends on what you were doing with the team selection.
That's the channel.
But I personally, and this is really out there,
I love that. Go on.
but for all of the years that England persisted with Buttler in Test cricket,
Yep.
playing a style that didn't really suit him,
Yep.
he is somebody that benefited arguably more than anyone from the change in the white ball culture of freedom, back yourselves. The thought of if he could get it going under the Bazball regime, I mean, he'd be the most natural fit of all of them.
I
wouldn't he?
know.
But maybe that ship has sailed. So on the money again from Abbas.
We've had another shout for Captain Sensible.
Oh, yeah, lovely.
11. Marcus Hook's got in touch. Cheers, Marcus. Saying Captain Sensible is often seen at the Oval, and there's a photo of him here with his feet up on the balcony. I think that's the balcony at the players' end back in the day. People are making a case for Captain Sensible in his Musicians 11. Hen, I love that shout. There is an element of tragedy that Jos Buttler isn't currently involved in the Test team. I agree with that.
I just think, it would have been the perfect timing. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know exactly what you mean.
I don't know. It's one of those where ifs and buts. I mean, inevitably, everyone has their opinion on this. Say goodbye to Felix for the time being. Yas Rana's back with us. And before we go too far down the Jos Buttler would be perfect with Bazball rabbit hole, I will get one thought from you on that. As a learned thinking cricket writer.
I think one of the things that's been interesting about the McCullum era is how loyal they've been to the people already in the squad. And there are a lot of players outside the England setup who you'd think would really suit what is currently going on.
Well, that's a bold stroke from Pope, and protection on the mid-wicket boundary is all that prevents 4 runs, but nicely struck away from the England man to get his first run to move the score to 52.
And Butler's the most obvious of those, but there are also players like David Milan who has done pretty well when he's played Test cricket. He's excelled pretty much every time he's played in the white ball side, both T20 and ODI recently. I mean, it'd be so fun, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? I mean,
I've seen some people suggest that Buttler should open the batting.
yeah. I've always thought with Buttler, his greatest success in all forms of the game for England has been when there's been absolute clarity in his role. And that can be from a leadership point of view in the current white ball setup. It can be from the role that he had, particularly in run chases. I think he's been almost the best England have ever had in that role. Nicely struck from Burns. This is going to bring runs. Should get back for a couple. May think about the third. And Pope is quick enough. Burns committed enough, and there will be 3 runs. Hair flowing. And he moves to 35. 55 for 1.
I think in previous years people have thought that batting 6 and 7 is probably easier than it actually is, because quite often you don't have that much time batting with the top order, and England's tail's not quite as good as it has been in the past. Someone like Ben Folkes, he bats 5 or 6 for Surrey, but for England it's number 7, and that role is slightly different. I think I saw a stat the other day that Buttler is the only player in the history of the IPL to average more than 40 and have a strike rate of more than 150.
Yeah. He's a phenomenon. But I think back to arguably his most impressive performance in Test cricket for England was the last Ashes series in Adelaide, where he nearly saved the game, stepped on his stumps when he'd been there forever, and his role was so simple that day: block it. And he's technically so sound that it became really quite straightforward for him. There'll be more runs there. Square on the onside. Burns will get a couple more. And so it sort of looks increasingly apparent that actually if you keep it straightforward, and we know what he has on the top of the bat handle, that sort of statement which we can't repeat, which basically translates as don't worry about it. And if he was told at the top of the order, if you get out without scoring, it doesn't matter. Go out there and take the shine off the new ball by smack it to the boundary. Don't worry about blocking it. Impose yourself.
Just before Surrey fans get a bit too tetchy, I'm not for a second saying that Butler should take Folkes' spot on the side. But I do think that Butler was a victim of the hype around him because he was so good and is so good at white ball cricket. The expectations around him in Test cricket, I think, were unreasonably high. At the end of the day, he's still averaging the low 30s, which is what Folkes currently averages in the Test side. Not only that Adelaide innings, there was the Manchester fourth innings partnership he put on with Chris Wokes that basically won England the Test match. He was really good in that 2018 tour in Sri Lanka, against Pakistan in 2020. He had some really good moments with England in Test cricket.
Well, this man is somebody that's going to be a huge player for England, not just this summer, but going forward. Ollie Pope has talent to burn, and feels like this winter getting to the point where he's beginning to feel the benefit of that loyalty from McCullum and Stokes, and knowing that he's going to play is going to really help him flourish.
Absolutely, and I think for a young player like Pope, he has so many shots.
Speaking of which, that's a glorious piece of timing from Burns. He won't get 4, and then half the ground comes up from the knee of Abbott. It's not reflective of how damp it is out there. It's a lovely piece of timing from Burns, who may have got lucky a couple of overs ago, but he's looked good in this game. But sorry, Ollie Pope.
Yeah, he's got so many shots that you don't want to restrict what he's got at his disposal. You want him to feel free enough to play them, and that's what McCullum and Stokes have done, and I don't think it's a coincidence that this has been his most consistent run in the England Test side.
That's a loose shot from Rory Burns. After all of the control, that wasn't great.
It's not been easy for the batters, has it?
No.
Especially with all the rain around. I mean, yesterday they only had 14 overs to bat until the end of the day, so I guess there was a pressure around that. You can't really win as a batting side in mini sessions like that, and then this morning they knew there was rain in the air, they knew they weren't going to be out there for that long, and I think now the forecast isn't particularly good for this session as well, so you don't know how long you're going to be out there. You can't make serious inroads to the Hampshire total in pockets that short.
Just looking at that shot from Burns, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier, it feels like he is a lot more compact, and the simpler stuff that he's doing, the defensive pushes, leaving it, it feels altogether that there are fewer moving parts, and he's got the game back that got him into that England side, and all those runs and brilliant performances for Surrey over the years. It feels more like that Rory Burns that we're seeing.
I was really impressed yesterday by his judgment around off stump. Thought Hampshire were pretty good with the new ball. I think they perhaps could have attacked the stumps a bit more. I think the pitch is on the slow side. I think when the ball has lost a bit of its hardness and it's not swung as much, it's been quite difficult for the boys. We saw how quickly Surrey took the first 5 wickets yesterday and how long it took them to take the second 5 wickets. I think with the new ball you've really got to attack the stumps, and it was at times maybe just a little bit pretty without being as threatening as it could have been.
Again, really perfect example of exactly that. Speaking of cricketers that you like watching, Abbas is just dynamite, isn't he?
I love his run-up. It's like a galloping horse. Okay, he kind of trots in and he just pounds that length. He very, very rarely misses that length. I think it's such a shame he's been discarded by the Pakistan Test team. I think you've seen with Ollie Robinson with England, you can be successful in a variety of conditions when you bowl that pace if you're accurate enough with your length. And he is so good in conditions like this. I think he needs to play longer before you make the call that he isn't quite adaptable enough to play everywhere. He's only played 20 odd Test matches and still averages 23, I think.
Bar the subcontinent, there's very few places where he wouldn't be successful.
I think we saw how flat the pitches were in Pakistan. Not many bowlers were successful. So even if you can just go at 2.5 and over on those really flat pitches, that is doing a really important job.
And in some ways, those sort of surfaces suit that kind of accuracy and reliability even more than the bowling options that a side like Pakistan have. Because you look at the value in somebody who can just use up overs, get to the new ball and tire out, you know, a batter, the concentration you require to keep an eye on that off stump. All of those things that really can add to your armoury, even if you're not necessarily nipping it about in the way you would do in England in April.
Well, Stokes captain Robinson and Anderson really well. He identified the periods where they were going to be most threatening, and he saved them and rested them up for those spells. He didn't. Jack Leach's figures didn't look brilliant over the course of the tour, but he performed a really important role of just bowling and containing when the pitch wasn't offering that much to either the spinners or the quicks. And I don't think the Pakistan bowlers were managed in such a way. I mean, England didn't really let them. England attacked the spinners so much that there wasn't really anyone who could do the containing job for Pakistan, which I guess is what made what England did over the course of that tour so special.
Chance. Missed through the cordon and down to the boundary. Pope's guilty look behind immediately. He thought his innings was over, and Barker, who missed out on LBW's shout earlier, is feeling that things aren't really going his way, and that was a chance. Pope gets lucky.
Could easily be 60 for 3 right now.
How's that gone between those two fielders?
They're almost too close.
Yeah.
They're aware of how close the other one is, and
I think it's Vince's catch, probably. Barker's reaction is admirably restrained, I think would be the phrase.
I'm interested to see how Pope does for Surrey in this bit of the county championship before the Test summer starts, because he is so dominant for Surrey. His average here at the Ovals, famously in the 90s, his average in county cricket away from the Oval is still something like 50 odd. He is so good in the county championship, and with England he's kind of batted with just a little bit more intent than he has before in Test cricket, and that's reaped rewards in the Test arena. I'm interested to see how that impacts how he does here.
I think what will be interesting is how his approach will be if you compare the contrasts of the two openers that he is likely to follow in the Test side, be it, if indeed it is Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett, two players that have been given a licence to be attacking and play their shots, compared with Dom Sibley and Rory Burns, who are by their nature more defensive, soak up the pressure kind of batters, and how he adapts his game to following them. Does he try and continue the momentum, if momentum is gained by the top two in the England side? Does he try and continue that slight sort of building of partnerships and relieving of the pressure of a pair a bit like Burns and Sibley? And I think for him, he's got to try and have some clarity in his own mind about how he, one, is expected to play, and two, what will best suit his game, considering the contrast between the opening partnerships.
And also how different conditions are going to be this summer to what England faced in the winter. The conditions England had in Pakistan, and to an extent in New Zealand as well, dictated that if you wanted to force a result, you had to be on the front foot. Time was an issue throughout. Time is not necessarily an issue when forcing a result in Test matches in England. There's less of a justification to be going at more than 4 and over at all times. Yeah. And England did that last summer, right? England weren't. There were famously sections of play. Trent Bridge, the final session there on day 5. Johnny Bairstow's counter attack at Headingley, for example. But there were periods where England batted in an old-fashioned way, if you like. The 100 that Folks scored at Old Trafford, for example. That was just a classical Test match, not by a middle order batter.
The danger, I think, perhaps for England is, we heard Ben Stokes' quotes earlier this week, and well, flat, fast pitches. We're not going to change our style. This is what we're going to do. Not in the market for draws. We're going to win. A lot of the talk has been the hallmark of this shift in mentality. The worry for England is if they bat first at Edgbaston, and after an hour's play, they're 30 for 4, 30 for 5. What then? It's famously in 2005, losing that first test against Australia at Lord's, and Michael Vaughan and Duncan Fletcher went for exactly the same team when there was all sorts of calls for shifts for that second test at Edgbaston, and the decision was, look, you were our best team for the first game, we back you as our best team in the second game. If England collapse horribly in that first game playing the Bazball way, what do they do then? I'm
sure they'll stick with individuals, but the bullishness you get from Stokes, he can kind of do that based on his success in the game. His status as an all-time legend is totally secure. It's hard to be as bullish when faced with failure if you haven't achieved as much. So I caught the end of your stint with Felix and you were talking about the possibility of Pope captaining in the Ashes if there's an injury to Stokes. I'm sure Pope will be able to continue the attitude that Stokes has had so far, but if there's a loss in there and someone as young as Pope without that standing in the game, that's much harder to be like that when you don't have that mountain of success behind you.
I think that's a really good point. It's an appeal for LBW that looks optimistic. I think that was probably a little bit high, and I would suggest impact was probably outside the line as well, but asking questions as he tends to do. 28 overs gone, 68 for 1, responding to that 254. And if we just have another look at this, you see Pope advancing down the track as well. He gets a decent way outside the line of that off stump.
It's quite hard to get him in line when he wanders down that far, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah, he didn't look too concerned. But I think a lot of the mentality that Stokes has brought to the England side has been led by actually how he's played, sometimes recklessly, and it's frustrated a lot of England fans. You think, well, just give yourself a chance. But he's, as you say, because of the standing he's got in the game, he can do that, and people will forgive it. Ooh, another cry of catch down the leg side.
I think a part of it was almost showing that it's okay to bat like that. It's okay to make.
But would people be as forgiving of Ollie Pope if he was a deputy captain, deputising for Stokes, and went out and played like that?
I don't think so. I don't think people are, even with all the success England have had for the last year or so, I don't think people were that forgiving of Stokes at points last summer. Stokes is so fascinating. He bats with more restraint in T20 cricket than he does in Test cricket at the moment.
Yeah. And how that first session when England are batting goes is going to be absolutely fascinating. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins. I think Scott Boland's going to be a really good bowler in these conditions. Runs there.
That'll be full.
On the pads, and Pope was never going to miss out on that chance. Maybe Barker bowling full, looking to just, I don't know, release a little of the frustration from the missed chance the previous over, but it was too full, and it was easy pickings, that really, for someone of the calibre of Ollie Pope.
I think it's the hardest to predict Ashes series in some time.
Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the series in Australia have been pretty one-sided in recent years. In England, they're generally fairly close, and I think people anticipate them to be close, but I genuinely wouldn't be surprised with an extreme scoreline either way or a close series.
Well, we're currently doing a stage tour with Test Match Special with Glenn McGrath as part of it, and he inevitably predicts 5-0, as is his way, but getting audience predictions as well, and getting to vote on the big screen every single night has been around about the same, which is 60% think it'll be England 3-2, and that it'll be pretty tight.
Yeah, a couple of things on that. I'd say England have a very good record in close test matches, and Australia do not. So if it is as close a series as people anticipate, England do just have a collective memory of winning difficult close test matches, which actually made the Wellington defeat against New Zealand so odd. We're so used to England winning those kind of test matches. But equally, I would say this is the best Australian team to tour England since 2005. They've been very reliant on a small number of batters for quite a long time. And now you've got Smith, Labuschagne, Travis Head has had a standout year. Usman Khawaja is batting the best he's ever done in Test cricket. Cameron Green is one of the most exciting young all-rounders in the world game. Alex Carey didn't have a great tour of India, but kind of outside that tour's done pretty well. Australia, I mean, anyway, haven't since Gilchrist really haven't had a keeper who averages more than low 30, so not really a difference there. And their bowling attack is still so good. Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, Boland, Lyon, Michael Neser if he plays. Lance Morris is a very exciting, genuine quick bowler. I always think, I look at someone like Jai Richardson, if he was English, we'd be talking about him as the future of English fast bowling. But Australians have so many of them.
Well, this is what makes it so interesting, and you'd have thought that there's various groups of England coaches, planners, analysts working out how to get Smith, Labuschagne out, but they have got to think about Khawaja and Travis Head in particular, because there is a lot. It's not going to be Smith, Labuschagne or bust for Australia, as it has been in previous times.
Tell you what, Barker and Abbas have done a lot of work, haven't they? Well, 25 overs between them, and Surrey are only on 75 for 1 in response to 254. I think the most that any Surrey bowler bowled in the Hampshire innings was 16 overs, so Barker and Abbas are already heading toward that kind of workload early in the innings.
We're not seeing more of Carl Abbott, actually. What I like about Abbas is it's not an action that looks like it takes too much out of him, and that's very easy when I'm sitting up here having had a nice lunch. But do you know what I mean? There are some where it looks like there is a huge amount of kinetic energy going through the whole body. It's quite sort of a smooth run up.
Very deliberate, I think. You don't get the sense that much can go wrong in that action.
Which I suppose explains the consistency. Look at this. In and arm comes over quickly, but it's not the sort of huge leap and joints being strained and stretched.
Did you and Felix cover the development in the Abbas Pep Guardiola story?
Go on, we need more on this, because I love it.
Yesterday we talked about how Man City were playing Southampton at Southampton, and there was a request that Pep Guardiola gets the premier suite on the top floor of the hotel overlooking the Aegeus Bowl.
Because they train.
They train around there.
Yeah.
But that is very much Mohammed Abbas's room. That's where he stays when he's playing at Hampshire. And the request was put in by City, and Cam was telling the story yesterday. The request was put in, and Hampshire basically said, no, that's Mohammed Abbas's room. And the clip of Cam saying that on the Wisden podcast went out on Instagram this morning.
Right.
About exactly when they went off the field for rain in the first session. And within minutes, Keith Barker replies to the video and says, this is 100% true. The head of operations at Hampshire is an Arsenal fan.
No.
He said, absolutely not, Pep.
How funny. So we've had it confirmed by Keith Barker that the Abbas-Guardiola battle for the penthouse suite. Quite right too.
Absolutely.
I did once see Guardiola in the corridor at that hotel during a county championship game, so I can confirm that is where they stay. I rather like it's the sort of thing he'd quite like, Guardiola, a bit of county cricket. You can imagine him being quite into it.
What would a Pep Guardiola county championship side look like?
That's a really good question.
And what's the equivalent of inverted fullbacks and passing out from the back? You know what? I genuinely think it's quite similar to how these two teams line up, with loads of all-rounders.
Yeah.
Kind of wanting everyone to be able to perform a secondary discipline.
Keith Barker would be an absolute cert for a Pep Guardiola cricket side.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't he?
As would Liam Dawson, I think.
Yeah. I'm not sure Ollie Pope and Kevin De Bruyne have ever been seen in the same room as well. I don't know who your Erling Haaland is in this enterprise, but I know what you're saying.
This Hampshire side have some of the most fascinating players in the county circuit, I think. James Fuller, his journey through professional cricket is amazing. In New Zealand under-19s, he won the Royal London Cup with Gloucestershire, County Championship with Middlesex. He played 13 County Championship games last season out of 14, the same as Abbott. He's a bowler in this side, but he bowled half the number of overs. Over the wins he plays in the Pakistan Super League. He won the SA20, but playing pretty much as a batter.
It's funny, it's the sort of player that you look down a team sheet and you sort of think, oh yeah, Fuller, but you don't necessarily think, okay, here's a gun player, which is so unfair, really. Oh, big appeal. Height possibly an issue. Pope was a little trapped by Abbott, who's got a little bit of extra pace, and I think height is the problem, as we see there. He's asked the umpire that question.
I think you're exactly right. One ball into a spell, you feel that extra pace that we haven't seen this morning. Perhaps catches Pope a little bit off guard. I think that's a little bit high, but a little bit of movement off the seam as well. That ball's 30 overs old, but it's still doing enough to keep the bowlers interested.
Very dangerous bowler. And again, well left by Burns. He's been there 112 balls now and has barely played a false shot during this innings.
Good carry again, second up for Abbott. Almost feels like a different pitch to what Barker and Abbas have been bowling on so far this afternoon.
But as much as Abbas feels like it's an action that doesn't expel a lot of energy, Abbott is all brawn and power through the crease. It's a nice piece of timing.
Another fascinating Hampshire player is Ian Holland. So Holland was on a reality TV show in Australia that was in search of the next star cricket player, and the chief judge was Alan Border.
Right.
Holland wins the competition when he's 21, 22. That's how he gets his first professional contract. He gets a contract for Victoria. I think he's got a British dad, so that's how he got his UK passport to play for Hampshire.
He's come down the track. There'll be a brave umpire to give that, given the distance that the ball still had to travel. They look frustrated.
Definitely. And Holland's born in America, so he's played 20 odd times for America as well, so he's kind of done everything.
He's got the sort of right to work lottery there, I mean, pretty much everywhere.
It's a bit straighter. It's hit him in line.
It's one of those with DRS that actually might well be going on to hit the stumps.
But you're right, when he comes that far down the pitch, it's got to be a brave umpire to give that out. The ball's got a long way to travel before it reaches the stumps.
Nicely dabbed down towards deep third by Pope. He plays that well. He's going for the second. Have to be swift. And in the end, they do get home for that second run. So a talent show. So he's very much the sort of Michelle McManus of domestic cricket.
What I find fascinating is that cricket is popular enough in Australia to have a reality TV show in search of the next professional cricket player. I'm not sure we could pull that off on primetime free-to-air television.
It's amazing what does get on primetime free-to-air television.
That's true.
Like
that is
last
true.
night, I was flicking through the TV channels, and I came across the most extraordinary show. Oh, now that's a more convincing appeal, but once again, Russell Warren has no interest. Inside edge, possibly. He's asking questions in his first over as Abbott, and I think probably asking the question of the umpire as well. Let's have a look at this. Height again.
It's a brilliant first over though.
3 times he's asked the question, and that one was the most convincing shout of the lot.
I feel with the rain around, I think I would have started the session with Abbott. You don't know how long this session's going to be. Barker bowled well last night, but Abbott just asked a different sort of question.
So yeah, I was flicking through the television. There was a show inevitably on Channel 4, which was 2 people had to go in groups of 2, had to go cross country to try and find a cash prize. And of course, they had to be completely naked. And I just think, well, why? Why do they need to be? It's an interesting enough concept without this.
I feel you could get a AI system to generate Channel 4 reality TV shows, and nudity seems to be a common theme in them, isn't it?
It does. And I watched the first 3 or 4 minutes. I thought, we surely can't be quite like this. Oh no. Wearing nothing but a smile. I'm not sure I'm necessarily keen for the county cricket crossover with that. Keeps a little bit low from Abbas. We've seen this on a couple of occasions, particularly in the evening session yesterday, where some of those marks in the surface that came about from the morning session just cause a bit of variable bounce. And Burns will be aware of that as well, and he's not going to be at all interested in chasing anything outside that off stump if there's the prospect that one might just do something a little unusual. What have you got on your radar, Yes?
I was going to say, we were supposed to have seen a fair bit of rain in the last half an hour that we seem to have avoided so far.
Well.
But so far is doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in that sense.
Okay, so we're not necessarily out of the woods, that's what you're saying.
Not yet, but we are doing better than the forecast said 45 or so minutes ago.
We'll take that. We take every over that we get. So here's a bit of a bonus. I can see the ground staff over to our left, sitting by that big blue tarpaulin. Oh, there's the edge, and there's the wicket. Burns could do little with it. It was a brilliant piece of bowling. It was threatening the stumps and just had enough movement away. And when it found that edge, it was a simple chance for Brown with the gloves to gobble up the opportunity. A second wicket falls. I don't think you can necessarily put too much blame at the door of Burns there, because it's just a fine piece of bowling from one of the game's very best operators.
Not at all. Abbas totally deserving of that wicket. He keeps pounding that line on 4th, 5th stump, and he nibbles it both directions. Burns has to play at that. He has to play at that. And the ball, as it's been seeming swinging in, seeming swinging away, there are so many questions inside the batter's head, and Burns had to play at it. Faint outside edge. Ben Brown gobbles it up. 81 for 2.
I think that's just about the perfect delivery for that medium fast bowler of these conditions. And Burns coming forward, nothing you can do.
I tell you what, we've seen some good balls in this match already. It's only day 2. But that ball from Tom Law to Liam Dawson yesterday, that's pretty much perfect as well. His Yorker to get rid of Ben Brown.
Absolutely sensational, wasn't it?
I think Roach and Worrell could have had about 6 between them in their new ball spell, first up yesterday morning.
And I think this is the thing that sometimes we take a little bit for granted with county cricket is the elite level that you can watch on a weekday, local county ground, and you're watching test standard cricket, really, on good surfaces as well. I mean, that opening spell with the ball yesterday from the Surrey bowlers was outstanding. Ryan Patel then joins the action. Disappointing week at Lancashire. Scores a 3-0 last time out, so he'll be looking to try and just make a little bit of an impression on this game.
It's not going to be easy for him at all. Abbas and Abbott right on it. Still very much overcast. The lights are on. You don't know how long this session will be.
Oh, what
It's
a ball.
a good leave. It's a very, very good leave.
How's that not hit the top of off stump, yes?
I don't think he anticipated the ball to come into him as it did.
What an over. And I think
Alex Wolf's enjoyed it, hasn't he?
Alex Wolf has had the best view of all. But he can smile for two reasons, Abbas. He's bowled a brilliant over, and he's got the penthouse suite at the hotel at the Aegeus.
I think James Vincent just asked him, do you fancy another one? And he goes, yeah,
I think you
I
would.
absolutely would fancy another one.
Brilliant piece of bowling, brilliant bowler.
Well, Pakistan's loss is very much Hampshire's gain.
It's high up on the bat of Pope as he pushes towards Fuller. Abbott continuing, as you'd expect. Elsewhere, Jimmy Addison's picked up 4 wickets. 4 for 53 from his 17.1 overs, so he's had a busy day getting miles in the legs. Game against Essex. Got the wicket of Sir Alistair Cook yesterday. Essex 185 for 8, responding to Lancashire's 207 all out. So nicely poised, that one. At Chelmsford.
I don't think Abbott's going to mind this at all from Ollie Pope. That first ball of the over on 4th, 5th stump, perhaps a little bit wider. Pope kind of prods at it. And it's the kind of shot that if you middle it, you're not getting any runs for. And it's not without risk. Second ball, Pope advances down the wicket, and I know he does that a lot, with a lot of success as well, but at the same time, it brings in modes of dismissal that otherwise might not be there. Danger of a leading edge, mid-on, mid-off will be interested.
Oh, another appeal for LBW. No shot takes the question of impact out of it.
He's bowled 9 balls this spell. How many LBW appeals have there been?
4.
4 out of 9. That's not
That
bad.
didn't feel out to me.
No, it didn't. I don't think any of them have done, to be honest, but they've been close.
See that again. It does tail in quite sharply.
Again, I think it's height.
He bustles in like a big barrel, but he doesn't half get it down there quickly. That's well played. Whipped out towards deep mid-wicket, and while he does, when advancing like that, negate the LBW shout somewhat, as you say, you do bring a number of other dismissals into the equation.
I wonder how long Ollie Pope will wait before he looks at that short boundary and think, actually, I don't mind that fielder on the rope. That boundary is short enough for me to flick it over. We saw in the New Zealand series the way he attacked Neil Wagner when there was that really, really short, I think, fine leg boundary. Pope was like, I don't mind that there's a guy on the fence. I'm just going to hook it over him. And I wonder if we'll see something similar from Pope today with a similarly short boundary on the leg side.
Blocked out by Patel, who'll have the ticker going just a bit because this is quite an intense battle. Pretty much as good a bowling duo as you're going to find in the county championship. That's not to take anything away from what we saw yesterday, which was outstanding, but in terms of international experience in English conditions as well. These two are up there.
Just don't really get a minute to breathe at the moment. It's been at least 4 or 5 overs since there's been a genuine 4-ball delivered by either Abbas or Abbott.
Well, yeah, there's certainly that sense that you have to ride out a bit of a storm here if you're Pope and Patel. Now, he wanted another over. I think he probably quite fancied bowling to Patel, the left-hander. Wouldn't mind seeing a single from the bat of Ollie Pope early in this over. That was more the channel we saw last night, actually. Just a little bit wider.
I think you're right that he probably would have fancied to go at Patel, the new man. But what a passage play this could be. Abbas coming towards the end of his spell. Ollie Pope, the man who averages 94 here at the Oval. I don't think it's exaggerating saying that this could be a defining passage of play in the match.
And Pope, he's got lucky in this innings so far. A number of LBW shouts, edged one through the slips.
Left that very, very late, hasn't he? Again, that's the thing with Abbas, that starting line isn't that different to the first ball in the over, but it's gone the other way off the seam. And it's balls like that that lead batters to try to defend balls that are actually on 4th, 5th stump. Because it moves so late. Watching a master at work here.
Slip cordon quite close in. And they're expectant that an opportunity may not be too far away. Already seen Sibley caught in the slips off the bowling of Abbas today.
I'm absolutely loving this. It's brilliant bowling.
Isn't it? Also, I know it's sort of an undershirt, but I do like seeing a fast bowler in long sleeves. That's well played, really well played. Entirely intentional from Ollie Pope. That was probably the first loose-ish delivery we've seen from Abbas, as he understandably tires towards what's been a pretty titanic spell today.
I think you're exactly right to describe it as loose-ish. That's not that bad a ball, but Pope is so quick at reading the length. Just a fraction shorter than what Abbas has been bowling so far this afternoon. He instantly pounces on it and sends it to the short 3rd man boundary. It's shots like that that make me think that Pope doesn't need to come down the wicket as often as he does. Like, to me, I don't really see what Pope gains from that. Because he's starting outside of his crease anyway. It's not as if that he's pinned back.
There's a little conversation taking place between batter and bowler.
Still going. I think Abbas might fancy another one.
Yeah, I imagine that wasn't any recommendations in the Clapham area for dinner.
What an over from Abbas.
Pope's played it well there, because pressure on, bowler in the face and fresh from a wicket. That was well played from the England man.
So we're only 34 overs into the Surrey innings, but Abbas has already bowled as many overs as any of the Surrey bowlers bowled. Pretty much across the entirety of day one. I know there have been a few delays, but Abbas must be tiring.
Patel again, well, across in defence. One thing I love about the Championship is how long was there between the end of the previous over and the start of the next? 45 seconds?
It's a fair point. I genuinely watched some T20 cricket, IPL in particular, and think this is actually too long.
Yeah.
This is actually too long between overs. When you're getting to 10 overs an hour, that is just too slow. You're not getting enough cricket.
I don't think that Test cricket is exempt from that criticism either. A lot of the time you find there's an awful lot of drinks that seem to be required urgently and conversations. And you could argue that Test cricket, you've got that extra onus of pressure, and DRS will slow things down and whatever else. But sometimes it doesn't half go on.
I don't mind it too much in Test cricket. I don't mind if you get 86 or 87 overs in instead of 90. That's an absolute beauty. Because I think what you end up having is you get teams trying to catch up with the over rate and doing so by bowling part-time spin. I'd much rather see the quicks take their time to do what they do best at their own pace rather than trying to catch up. But I think it's more of a problem in T20 cricket actually. It's just not quite as engaged as it could be. I think one of the things that the 100 does well, there's a good pace to the games in the 100.
I'd agree with that.
And I actually think it's the in-ground experience as much as anything. When you're on the TV, the commentators are quite good at keeping you engaged in the IPL. But when you're in the ground, those strategic times outs, they do actually feel quite long. You essentially have 2 drinks breaks for a 20 over innings.
Yeah. And quite lengthy ones. Well bowled again. He's unlucky not to have got a wicket here because there's not been much that's not been absolutely on the money from Sean Abbott. Do you think there's ever been, except for when these two sides play each other, a fixture where 3 frontline seam bowlers all have ABB at the start of their surname? We've got 2 Abbotts and an Abbas.
It's up there with your pigeon question yesterday.
Very important question.
You know what? I ended up Googling it.
Did you?
Question.
Go on.
So there wasn't an answer specifically for the Oval, but for South London, it's to do with the concentration of litter, basically.
Really?
There's so much food available for pigeons, and that's why South London has such a high concentration of pigeons.
I suppose that's why Trafalgar Square would as well. People
exactly.
leaving their sandwiches about. Well, there you go. And also you can see them actually on the outfield here. Often they'll be having a little go at those used pitches which have been re-sown. So it's inevitable that you might see that. Right then, Abbas is out of the attack after a lengthy spell, and we are going to see Ian Holland. I always think that from a batter's point of view, it's quite an interesting thing when you've faced the fearsome storm of your frontline attack, and then when somebody who is perhaps a little less threatening comes in, you know, how do you keep that concentration up? How can you make sure you don't let that mind just drift a little bit?
I think Pope will really look to take the attack to Holland. There is first ball, really advancing down the wicket. I think a real feature of England's aggression last summer was how they would target sides 3rd or 4th seamers. So if you look at the Edgbaston Test match where England beat India, they were respectful, very respectful to Bumrah, for example. They really attacked Shardul Thakur, really attacked Mohammad Siraj. Very, very good bowlers, but they weren't quite on it over the course of that Test match. And we see so much in T20 cricket how teams plan to attack certain bowlers at certain times, and that must have seeped into the thinking around Test cricket as well.
I think it would have to do, and no ball that previous delivery.
And I think with how well Abbas and Abbott are bowling. You see Patel here, 0 of 10. There's a danger you don't really go anywhere as the batting side. You're not losing any wickets, but you're not really going anywhere. But in fairness to Holland, he started very well here. Bar the no ball, of course.
Good zip off the surface, carry. He's close again to that no ball. But it was always the fascinating question ahead of this year, wasn't it? That how would players in the Championship respond to the behaviour, the style of play in the Test side? Were you going to start seeing players charging down the track and trying to launch it for 6 the first over? Again, advancing is Ollie Pope, picks up that single and made a little bit of a tinny sound off the toe end of the bat, but again the intent is clear from Pope.
The most interesting innings for me in that entire discussion is the one that Jamie Smith scored against Sri Lanka A over the Windsor for the England Lions. You know, he's likes to be positive at Surrey, but this was something that we just hadn't seen from him before in professional cricket. 126 off 82 batting at number 5 for England Lions when England Lions lost a couple of early wickets. They were 17 for 2 at one point. I've actually found it really nice seeing players on the periphery of the England setup, players like Josh Bohannon, Sam Hain. They haven't changed at all. They've got 300s between them already this season, batting in exactly the same way that's brought them so much success.
There was that clip that was doing the rounds on social media of Rory Burns' first ball in a warm-up game, charging on the tracks and caught at mid-on, or mid-off I should say. And he did think, well, is this going to be a sign of how people are going to approach things? But I think you're right. I don't think we've seen a huge trickle down of that mentality.
Tell you what, Hampshire have done well to keep the ball moving. I think the ball's doing more for Hampshire now in the 36th over than it was for Surrey at the 36th over the Hampshire innings.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It feels like they're just about keeping enough from this surface and through the air to keep bowlers that perhaps don't have that express pace right in the game.
It's a very good first over from Holland. Concedes 4 from it, but yeah, getting the ball to move both ways, right on his length straight away. I think James Vince will be very happy with that first over.
So 90 for 2 in response to 254. And a decent position here, Surrey. Pope is crucial, tends to be. Jamie Smith and Cameron Steele are due in next, and are hardly bad options to have coming in at 5 and 6. He's Steele given that 100 last week.
He's got a great follow through, doesn't he, Carl Abbott?
Yeah, he's sort of bowler that is, every ball feels like he's been told it's the last one he's ever been allowed to bowl.
We were talking yesterday about how Kemar Roach never looks happy on the way back to his on his walk back to the top of his mark. I think you'd put Abbott in a similar category.
No one is as grumpy looking as Shane Watson was. Good ball. How's that missed the off stump?
I think all-rounders are allowed to be a bit more grumpy. You're like, oh, come on.
I have to do this as well.
And Callis looked furious every time he bowled.
He? Why must I reduce myself to this nonsense?
Stokes isn't quite the same, but he always looks just a little bit broken whenever he's bowling.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time he bowled when he wasn't carrying some sort of niggle.
Yeah. And then everyone sort of holds their breath, hoping that it's not going to exacerbate anything. A bit fuller from Abbott. Run's not really coming from Surrey at the moment. Last boundary coming from the toe end of a controlled shot of Ollie Pope's down through deep third. But it's not been the sort of session where you felt that the batting side have had control. It's felt pretty much a case of survival and accumulation where possible.
Partnership worth 9 runs off nearly 5 overs, so
straight bat from Patel, who has looked solid thus far.
Hampshire really applying the squeeze.
We saw this yesterday with that partnership between Brown and Barker, which was as compelling as anything we saw, really. It was not, under any stretch of imagination, much that was going to fill a highlight reel, but it was fun. It was a real gritty battle.
I do wonder if Surrey resorted to that short ball tactic just a little bit too early.
And too much.
I know they eventually got Barker out in that manner, but as we see here, you still can get something off the pitch with a ball that's 37 overs old. And I think they didn't let themselves use what was still potentially available in the pitch.
Safely negotiated by Patel, who's done well in that over because it wasn't easy. And the score remains at 90 for 2. It was a case, I think, that we all knew what was coming when Rory Burns went in under the helmet at short leg. He sort of felt like it was an inevitability. That's what we were going to see, a barrage of short pitch deliveries, and that's what we saw. And Barker played it really well. For someone that's not as comfortable as others playing short pitch deliveries, he did really well.
He looked awkward, but he didn't really look like he was giving many chances away either. He was good at dropping the hands.
Not quite as many in today. It's not that side of the ground in the distance where that gentleman's currently doing Wordle. On the other side, there's Galadari stand at the pavilion. Reasonably well populated on a blustery spring day.
Weather was so nice yesterday, wasn't it?
That was marvellous.
And do you think you'd get if the weather, if we're still on the pitch, you'd hope that you get the classic after work crowd, especially on a Friday as well, coming in second half of the evening session?
It's Friday, of course it's Friday. I think that the weeks all felt a bit topsy-turvy with bank holidays and everything else. Well bowled. Pope just not quite certain. Thought about playing at it.
Defence and survival is very much a last resort for Pope at the moment, isn't he? You can really tell he's trying to add some impetus to the Surrey innings, but Hampshire have contained him really, really well here.
Well, he's a classic player that likes, like Root does, like to keep the scoreboard moving.
He loves bat and ball.
Some people love to leave it. They get the best satisfaction from not doing anything at all. He's not one of them. And that's why, part of the reason, as you say, he's coming down the track, he's trying to find the little angles. Holland again. He's been impressive in the first 10 balls. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Poor.
Oh, that's poor fielding from Abbott waiting at mid-on. It does allow them through for one. It shouldn't have been one, really, because Pope coming forward thought that he'd missed out on the opportunity of a single when it went straight to the hands of Abbott, but he managed to fumble it. And they do get through for one, so that little procession of dot balls comes to an end. What it might do, I suppose, is mix up a little bit the opportunity for Abbott, who he's bowling at, and seemed to be getting much joy from the full face of Patel's bat, so he might not be too disheartened to now have a chance to bowl to Ollie Pope and see if he can get one to come back in towards the right hand, like he did in that over where there was the 3 LBW shouts.
I wonder if we'll see Ben Brown stand up to Ollie Pope off the bowling of Ian Holland. He clearly he's starting outside his crease and then he's advancing even after his advanced start. And if you want to get in the head of the batter, what does the batter least want the fielding team to do? I know that it's slightly hard to get the edge, but Pope wants to move down the wicket. So if you bring Brown up, he's more than capable of doing that.
I love that we just saw in the replay of Abbott celebrating a clean piece of fielding. Right, then Abbott to Pope. Nicely played. There is protection at cover point, so it won't be more than a single, but the intent was clear from Pope. And much like Joe Root, he does that thing of you're not quite sure how he's reached 24. Not many shots that you can remember, but somehow manages to keep things moving.
Got an extra man out on the boundary for when Pope's on strike, and he just protects that slightly loose ball. He only gets one for it. Beautiful from Abbott.
If Patel is brave, there is a gap towards a short boundary cover. There's a fielder who, to use sort of white ball parlance, is inside the circle at short cover, but it's not going to take much of a hit to try and find that boundary. 1 from 20 is absolutely fine given the circumstances, but there's not many batters that won't get a little impatient.
Ryan Patel obviously shifted down the order this season, but he had a lot of success at the start of last summer, being very positive against the new ball, scored very quickly. I think he cited playing one-day cup cricket the season before and getting a lot of runs there for a shift in his mentality, just feeling a bit more free at the crease.
It's been more about blocking it really in this innings, knowing that the game's quite interestingly poised. Gets lucky.
Oh, they've given him absolutely nothing. He's faced 22 balls at the crease now, but I don't think a single one of them has been loose.
Easily could have bowled him. Abbott will feel unlucky. He's bowled nearly 8 overs now, and every single one of them could have had a wicket in it. Gentle hum of South London just winding down for the weekend. It'll be the Friday night T20 blast matches tend to be quite lively in this part of the world.
I'm really looking forward to the women's Ashes game here.
Oh yeah.
You don't, in the recent history, we haven't had women's Ashes games, women's international games, full stop, to be honest, held in the big grounds, and we've seen from the 100 how popular women's cricket is at the moment. So the game here is going to be a sellout, I guarantee it. I think it's on a Wednesday night in the middle of the summer.
It'll be brilliant. Oh, good piece of fielding.
I feel like that game will almost be a celebration of how far the women's game has come in a very short space of time.
For me, you see this replay again. I mean, he's done really well here. That went sharply. Probably would have been 4 down to the pavilion as well. From the full face of Ollie Pope's bat, again advancing.
It's a very good shot, actually.
But when you look back to the first year of the 100, 2021, opening night, that women's match, Oval Invincibles against the Manchester Originals, and big crowd. I remember Maddie Villiers hitting 6 down the ground. It just felt packed oval for a big domestic women's game. It felt really special. Big England international at this ground, Kemar Oval, for that Ashes game was sensational. Almost goes along the ground from Holland outside the off stump.
Well, last summer when the men's 100 started before the women's 100 started because of the Commonwealth Games, it didn't really feel like the competition began until the women's competition
I totally
started.
agree, yeah. It was weird, wasn't it?
I feel like the men's 100 is still finding its place a little bit more than the women's competition is. The women's competition is very much elite tournament in its own right.
Well, there's a shot in anger, and a shot that will bring 4 runs. Flashes away to the boundary. It was just a little bit short and wide, and Patel, having been so patient, finally gets the chance to free his arms.
His eyes lit up as he saw that. Just drop a little bit shorter and wider than 25 or so balls he'd previously faced. First poor delivery from Holland, really.
Creeping towards the 100 marker, Surrey. Skews away. A couple there to move to 99, but wasn't quite as convincing as the previous stroke. There's a lovely mural picture of Alice Capsey out on the wall outside the ground towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. That really shows actually something that I think Surrey have done as well, if not better, than all the counties in that united presentation of the men's and the women's setups. Edge through that cordon. That's not the first time it's happened. But a Surrey batter can feel just a little bit fortunate. Patel has maybe earned that by the patience that he's shown, but after a flurry of dot balls, 10 from the last 3.
There's the 100 up as well. I think unlike the last couple of edges through the corner, I don't think this one's carried. And it's gone through the gap, so definitely not a chance there. This does a very good ball from Holland. He's readjusted well after that short delivery a couple of balls ago. I think it's going to be hard work getting a slip catch from this end. The carry just hasn't really been there the last 5 or 6 overs. First from Abbas, now Holland. An inquiry about the state of the ball?
Oh, lovely. We've not had a look at the ball. It was the theme of last summer, wasn't it? I've not heard the conversations about the batch of Duke balls this year. Normally that feels like it's
the summer of Bairstow, the summer of slightly weird Duke's balls.
Yeah. There's going to be a Kookaburra used for a couple of rounds of the championship, isn't there? Quite sure why.
I think the idea is that a Kookaburra ball offers less for swing bowlers and seam bowlers, but Mark Butcher was saying that it's also to do with the ball isn't the only variable between English domestic cricket and Australian domestic cricket. It's also the hardness of the surface, so the balls have to be different to adapt to how hard and abrasive the surfaces are out there. So he's not that confident that actually the Kookaburra ball will do as little as the ECB probably were hoping when they introduced it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose the time of year will help.
Exactly.
It's July time, isn't it? 40 overs gone then, 104 for 2. As we begin to see maybe the first of those post-work fans popping in. What is it? Well, maybe not. 10 to 3 feels a little early to be knocking off on a Friday afternoon. And still, we dodged the rain. Which is a lovely thing.
So my weather app tells me when it thinks the rain will arrive. And it said between 15 and 25 minutes for the last hour and a half.
I'll have another look at the radar, because that will give us a guide. I mean, there's so much swirling around. Manchester, Liverpool and Sheffield are getting absolute hammering at the moment, but that doesn't affect us. At the moment, actually, we look pretty clear for the next little while. Possibly something in around about half an hour. A little band of rain, but not much. The wind direction has changed. It's moved from that southwesterly direction now to be much more from the south. It's a band of rain sort of swirled underneath London.
It's a very good leave. It's a very, very good leave. Must be a horrible feeling as a batter when the ball just comes in a little bit more than you were anticipating. Must only last a tiny fraction of a second, where you just don't know. There's a bit of anticipation that you might hear that horrible sound of the ball clattering into the stumps.
As you say, it would be what? 0.00 of a second. But there would be just that moment where you've made the decision to leave it. And just like that.
And that silence must be such a relief.
Always amazes me when you see some batters who've had stumps ripped out of the ground, turning around just to check. What else was it going to be?
Virat Kohli definitely went through a phase of in total disbelief every time Moeran Ali.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Bowl him.
That one that Adil Rashid bowled him at Headingley.
Yeah, and in the ODI. Yeah.
It's a little startled there, Patel, with one hand off the bat, and one that just leapt a bit.
Yeah, I think he thought about cutting it, but it wasn't wide enough.
Virat Kohli was, on occasion, only one step away from reviewing a bowled.
There was a point where you thought, you've been bowled by Moeran enough times now to not be that surprised when it happens.
Well bowled. Really well bowled. And that's another exceptional over, actually, a maiden. Isn't it? Was that not the final ball of it? No. One ball to go.
Scorer getting a bit excited. Every time Surrey in the last half an hour or so have looked to attack, Hampshire will feel like chances have been just there or thereabouts.
Well, the maiden's ruined. Down towards the fine egg boundary it goes, and it'll have enough on it to get there, will it? No.
Middleton does very well to save one.
Oh, mate, Fletcher down there has done well. It's 3, but every run counts in a game that is reasonably low scoring. And 41 overs gone, 107 for 2. Elsewhere, Essex have fought back a little bit. They've passed Lancashire's first innings score. Critchley's 77. Alongside Sam Cook, who's on 20. It's taken them to 216 for 8 in response to Lancashire's 207 all out. Jimmy Anderson's got 4 for. Northampton against Middlesex is delayed. Inspection took place around about 15 minutes or so ago. We'll find out what the outcome of that is shortly. Northampton 111 for 3, responding to Middlesex's 149 all out. Delayed start between Notts and Somerset. Somerset 28 for 2, replying to Notts 256. And at the moment, there's only 2 games taking place in Division 1. That's here at the Oval, and the game at Chelmsford.
Shot.
Nice looking shot down the ground. Could bring 4. And all credit to Abbott, who'll be thinking of him bowled quite a long spell here. Last thing I want is to be sprinting towards the Vauxhall end to try and get another one, but
I think Holland's overstepped again. Just slightly fuller from Holland, and Patel pounced on that length, and he's not bowled badly at all, but suddenly that's 21 off 3 overs for Ian Holland.
no play anywhere in Division 2 either. There's a delay between Durham and Worcestershire, with Worcestershire 96 for 2 after Durham's 425 for 9 declared. Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, still not seen any play. And no play on Friday as well as Thursday because of a wet outfield. And Leicestershire no play at all today, after Leicestershire's 243 for 2 yesterday. That came against Derbyshire. Oh, Pope covers forward and gets lucky. A wild swing.
For a player who can be one of the best to watch in the world, that was not pretty from Ollie Pope.
No. To use a sort of musical analogy, that was more like sort of Beatles experimental stuff, wasn't it? You get something beautiful, and there's I'm a Walrus.
That's come in a little bit, but it's a very premeditated shot from Pope.
More conventional, deep in the crease, and we'll pick up an easy single to the leg side.
I think Ollie Pope is he's too good for that level of premeditation, in my opinion. You know, they're going at pretty much a run a ball off Ian Holland by not taking too many risks. He doesn't need to. They got 5 runs off the first ball in the over. They're moving along pretty well after Patel's slow start. You feel like the momentum has gone just a little bit back in Surrey's favour after a very good first hour in this session from Hampshire.
Oh, something's caused a bit of distraction. Not for the first time today. Holland round the wicket is bowling with endeavour, and I think he's actually probably bowled a little better than the none for 22.
Definitely. Well, no ball's worth 2 runs in the county championship, so he's bowled a couple of them, edge through the cordon as well, so that's 8 of the 22 runs.
Where are you on the free hit in red ball cricket?
Just instinctively don't like it.
Really?
Just don't like it. I understand that you probably want to further disincentivise no balls, and 1 or 2 runs probably isn't enough. But I just really don't like the idea of just having a swing in the middle of an over. I don't think a no ball is such an egregious crime that you lose a second delivery.
The only counter argument might be that if you are in a passage of play where you're getting really bogged down as a batting side, it can at least sort of clear the block, if you like.
I wouldn't mind seeing it trialled in a round of the county championship. I think cricket should always be open to trying new things out, especially when, you know, here in England we're lucky to have 18 teams playing 14 rounds of games each summer. Let's try something out each year, like with a quicker bow ball. Who knows if that works out? If it doesn't work out, you don't lose an awful lot. You know.
No.
What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen if you have one round where you have the free hit rule in place? But yeah, I am instinctively against it.
Yeah, I do see that. It sort of, it acts as a little bit of a contradiction to everything else that you're seeing, the building of partnerships and all that sort of thing.
Something quite jarring about it.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that. Abbott to continue. 9 overs bowled from him so far. It's all been seen as you'd expect. Bounce and carry, and that's the difference actually between the two ends, where I think the slip cordon are much more in business at this end than they were, or they are at the other end.
Definitely. You see the difference between the two attacks and how much of the workload Abbott, Abbas and Barker carry. This is the 6th over, I think, of Abbott's spell. Abbas has already bowled 16, Barker already bowled 12, just 5 overs from the other 2 bowlers used so far combined.
Nicely struck away from the bat of Pope. There is a fielder out in the deep in the form of Fletcher Middleton. I think the hands on the head from Carl Abbott, because he feels that maybe the face opened just a little bit. Was there just a moment where it looked as though the ball might skew away into the hands of a fielder, but Pope has played with really quite admirable intent, actually, I think, given the quality of bowling that he's been facing. 114 for 2, the deficit 140. Surrey, I think, can look at this as a really good opportunity. Big first innings lead, pressure right on. Hampshire side, who did well in the end, actually, to reach 254, that 95 from Ben Brown, arguably what's kept them in the game. Good shot. Lovely piece of timing, leaning on the ball, and maybe for the first time Abbott just slightly over pitching.
There are just shades of Sangakkara and Ryan Patel when he plays shots like that through the covers. Minimal movement, he just leans into it so naturally.
All
It's a
timing,
lovely shot.
isn't it?
Brilliant shot. There's not an awful lot wrong with that ball from Abbott. But that races across the practice pitches to that short cover boundary. Partnership now worth 37.
Building nicely. Oh,
I'd really like to ask a player like Patel, who's been moved around the order a little bit. He first came into the side as a all-rounder who batted 6, 7, 8, then moved to open the batting, and now you've got the new signing of Dom Sibley. Obviously, Dom Sibley's going to open the batting. Hashim Amla's retired. Ollie Pope wants to bat 3, so Patel is the slightly more junior member of that top order, having done pretty well last season, retained his spot on the side, but has to almost re-establish himself in a new position. I wonder how difficult that is for a young player.
I suppose the question is it harder for a young player or a more senior player that has had a career in a certain position, and maybe you're a little more malleable when you're young? Do you know what I mean?
Definitely. I think you're probably right. It's probably easier to make that adjustment earlier on in your career. Especially he hadn't done it for that long, opening the batting for Surrey.
So Holland to continue from the Vauxhall end. I'd argue he's not looked like a huge wicket threat in the way that Abbas certainly did. Abbott has, and Barker to an extent at times, particularly today.
He's moving the ball around though, and especially off Pope, you feel like Pope is trying to dominate Holland, but to be honest, he hasn't yet done that. And there was that ball last over where Pope came down to the wicket. It looked like it was a premeditated shot, and the ball came in just a little bit, but Pope, you feel like he beat himself rather than Holland was the one who beat him.
A rather pleasing no with the point of the bat, Patel. I think we need more of that. Always see it.
These two are part of that famous Surrey age group with Amar Verdi and Sam Curran, so these two would have batted together for well over a decade.
Don't mind us, Russell. Did you spot that in the background?
No?
Umpire Russell Moeran with an enormous yawn.
What, just as Holland was coming in?
Yeah, just as coming in at
Excellent.
square leg. He's looking around from the plane that you could hear going overhead on its way to Heathrow, but you're not going to see it because it's low blanket of cloud.
So I've got a friend who's a member here at the Kemar Oval, and he's only recently got into cricket.
Right.
But he's very much a lover of planes first, cricket second, probably Crystal Palace second, cricket third. And he sits in the Galladari stand during T20 games, just looking at the planes.
Has he got one of those apps?
He's got one of those apps. So he said that the Kemar was located in a particularly interesting spot for plane spotters, because that plane, and I know this now because he's told me, that plane that just went over, that's going to City Airport, that's bending around to City Airport.
Okay.
But the slightly higher planes, they're going to Heathrow.
Right.
So they're under two separate flight paths, which for him is really brilliant.
So he's at the sort of absolute cross point of, okay.
I don't think that's part of the Surrey marketing campaign for their T20 Blast memberships, but
For cricket lovers and plane spotters alike.
For my friend, that really makes it.
But there's worse. A quiet session, there's worse things just to keeping an eye out. Right, I'm going to get out of the way. Felix is going to come back and join you, yes.
This partnership between Pope and Patel is now worth 119 for 2 after 44 overs. We thought there'd be quite a lot of rain potentially later on this session, but so far, fingers crossed, we've seemed to have got through it unscathed. I am joined by Felix White for the first time today.
Oh yeah, first time today, Yas. Do you know what? It's well set up.
It is well set up.
Hampshire have bowled well today, haven't they?
I think they bowled really well. I think they're getting more out of the ball than Surrey perhaps did at the equivalent point in the Hampshire innings.
Yeah. What's been noticeable to me is they've just bowled at the stumps much more often than they did last night. There was like an hour where there was that clear plan to bowl outside off stump. Burns and Sibley were very disciplined but allowed to leave out there. And they just feel like they've been more dangerous target and a bit more intent today generally.
James Fuller into the attack, and Ollie Pope clips one off his pads to the right of Mohammed Abbas at final leg, and he'll pick up 4.
First time we've seen Fuller today, so he has.
I was just going to say that I thought after we finished our stint together last night, I thought we were potentially a bit easy on the Hampshire bowlers. I thought they bowled a lot of pretty stuff. They got the ball to swing, but
yeah.
I think the new ball here is so important because it's difficult to take wickets on a pitch with this kind of pace once the ball loses that early hardness. Fuller's not quite found his radar so far. First ball straying onto Pope's pads, this one short and wide outside off stump. Pope will be disappointed only to really get a toe end on that. He picks up 1 to third man. Patel now on strike, Pope moves to 31.
I had that exact same inclination after we were off. Yeah, as I felt like I was so buzzed for it that last hour of play, and I was so excited about is this the plan? So excited about Burns and Sibley going to go at it. I thought it was interesting that they didn't, and I thought actually, in reflection, they could have bowled a bit more intent. I'm sure they probably had exactly the same conversation.
Fuller right on it with his third ball though to Ryan Patel. Cuts him in half.
I couldn't help but overhear, as before I was coming on, Ryan Patel cover driving you saying there's a bit of Kumar Sangakkara in that, and you do purr a little bit, don't you, when he's ticking? I mean, he's missed that, but there's something very beautiful about. I haven't watched him bat very often, but he looks a player, doesn't he?
He was brilliant at the start of last season. Really, really good at the top of the order. You know, you look through the Surrey side that's playing today, and pretty much everyone in it is kind of talked about in international terms. They're either played international cricket or people talk about them as a potentially an international player in the near future.
Yeah.
Probably not with Cam Steele and Jordan Clark or Tom Laws yet in this stage of his career, but last year he had such a star, and this year as well, he has such a star-studded Surrey top 5. And Patel quietly goes about his work and does so very effectively.
Yeah.
Short from Fuller, Patel
like
comfortably ducks underneath it.
Like the glory years that you don't remember, Yas, because you're too young.
I do just about. I caught the tail end of it.
Yeah. Don't need you getting all sentimental about Rory Hamilton Brown.
James Benning was a player I saw a lot of.
Oh, right.
When I first started coming to the Kemar Oval. Got it. Ooh. Fuller strikes. Ryan Patel goes for 20. It's an excellent catch at slip. Surrey lose their third wicket. 124 for 3 now. James Fuller with his first over of the day. Couple of loose balls to start up, but right on the money to Ryan Patel. And Patel, who's looking so good, flashes at one, and it's held excellently in the cordon.
Just we were showering him with praise as well. It's a couple of loose drives in that over. I mean, let's have a look at this. It's well bowled, isn't it?
It's very well bowled. Rewarded for pitching up there. It's just full of a good length. Patel's eyes lit up. He played a very, very nice drive a couple of overs ago. Goes for it again.
There's got a loaded celebration there, because I think it would have played in their minds that Ollie Pope has been not dropped, but he went sort of in between first and second slip, didn't he? There's a bit of a confusion there, and that will be in their heads, like, is that a big drop? So
it's a very good catch. It's come at him very quickly, and Henry was making the point that at the end, the pavilion end that Fuller's bowling from, the carry is much, much more than it has been from the other end.
Right.
So it's a very, very different game for the slip cordon. The slip cordon, when Holland or Abbas have been bowling from the Vauxhall end, they're kind of on their toes leaning forward, but extra carry from the pavilion end. So it's very, very well held by James Vince.
That's really interesting. It's Jordan Clark batting 5.
Jordan Clark is batting 5.
So I was expecting to see Jamie Smith then.
As was I.
I don't know about you. Has he batted 5 very often? I can't imagine he has he?
Don't think so.
Trying to just get my head around that. What would the idea behind that? I wonder if the weather's playing a slight factor in this from before tea. I don't know.
Smith did bat 6 last week at Lancs, but that was with folks obviously in the team. They're playing an extra bowler this week with Tom Laws, a bowling all-round at this stage in his career, coming to the side. So maybe that they wanted to stick with Smith at 6.
Yes.
Could be it.
Having kept wicket as well, obviously, maybe.
Tell you what, Felix, I think it's got quite a bit darker in the last few minutes. You can see the shadows of the players.
That's what's kind of through my head. I might have got that completely wrong, but would it be a vulnerable time for James Smith to come out and bat? They might have thought, you know what, don't know how much more play there's going to be. Maybe it's this sort of premature, instinctive night watchman type situation. Cameron Steele as well, obviously. Still in the hut. Coming off the back of 100 there, you expect maybe he would have come out at 5. But
Clark very nearly chops on his second ball off Ian Holland. Who do you think's happier with this session?
Oh, it's a great question. Do you know what? I mean, if you look at the score, Surrey and Ollie Pope still at the crease and the batters to come. Surrey here is still ahead in this game. But I just think there's been a little shift in the dynamic, if you've been watching it, where Surrey haven't got away and Hampshire have been really at it. And you just... Oh.
That's Pope at his best, isn't it?
There you
it's
go,
good
just
ball,
nudging one.
Still nicks a single.
You just have that sense of tension, don't you? And the game really in balance.
You feel like they can get... The wicket of Pope completely changes the feel of this game.
Right.
And he has given them chances.
Well, yeah, exactly. As I mentioned, that one between first and second slip, that is going to play on their minds. He's also walked down the crease a few times, hasn't he?
Very well bowled, Ian Holland. Very well bowled.
Yeah, he's had a classic Ollie Pope wonder, hasn't he? A couple of times. And missed it. But that's what we come to expect from Ollie Pope, really. Is he's going to give you those chances and be a bit fidgety early doors, isn't he? And it'll be a worry for Hampshire.
I think you can see why Pope likes to stand outside his crease and advance down. Clark there, trapped on the crease. It's much easier for a bowler like Holland to bowl to a little bit fuller, a little bit straighter, muted appeal. Just a very good over from Ian Holland.
Well bowled. Yas is going to make way, I think. And for the first time today, I'm joined by Cameron. Cameron, as you get set, maybe you can explain to me why Jordan Clark has come into bat 5 and Smith and Steele's in it. My sense on it, I might have got this completely wrong, Cameron, is that they're looking at the weather, they're thinking how much cricket is there left, and it's a sort of strange midday night watchman situation
the old
to protect
afternoon
them.
watcher.
Well, do you know what I mean? Have I got that wrong?
I've messaged the powers that be.
Oh, he's a well-connected man.
Dropped a message to her.
Have you messaged Pep Guardiola about anything?
I haven't. I don't know if I can bring myself to speak about that quite yet. I need to mentally prepare and settle into my work as well.
Come on.
So there's nothing suggesting a kind of tactical impact to Jamie Smith or Cameron Steele. But to further your idea, as soon as I've sat down, the players are walking off. I think there is perhaps a smattering of rain, but barely any. It is very dark though, and it has the feel of there being rain around. The ground staff are running on. The players are walking off. That could be. Well, I haven't seen the radar. The most recent radar has been changing quite a lot today between bad and awful. So we'll find out. We'll keep you up to date as much as we can.
Story of my life.
But just on that note of Jordan Clark being at 5, my guess is if there's nothing injury related to Steele or Smith, Surrey kind of want to keep as strong a shape as they possibly can to their team. And then, so I'm just being shown the radar here. It just looks like a flash in the pan, of rain passing over. So we'll stay with it just for now. We might leave the stream in a couple of minutes if it looks like more covers are coming on, but there doesn't seem any urgency from the players that they think they're going to be off for a long time.
So, sorry, you think in terms of the shape?
Yes.
Why would you want James as the wicketkeeper to be batting 7 and still at 6?
So last week they had, if Surrey picked their strongest 11, the 11 that they went in with last game, they had Jamie Smith, Cameron Steele at 7. They liked that balance. They liked Jamie Smith at 6. That's where they foresee him batting much of the season. In the same way, Cameron Steele performing that role at 7. The kind of option of least disruption is, you know what, we've brought Tom Laws in. Tom Laws, you can go and bat at 8 or 9 or wherever, and we'll just hop Jordan Clark up. He's a very competent batter.
Right.
And that's kind of just allows everyone to play their most natural role.
I've done him a disservice, maybe.
There's 2 number 5s you haven't agreed with this game. Jordan Clark and Liam Dawson. You're happy with either of them?
Oh, what was I going to go at Liam Dawson? I don't know what my issue with Liam Dawson was. I think I'm just so used to seeing him bat at 7-8 that I found it unusual. But you know what? As the rain's coming down, maybe we should leave the stream. It's such a shame because I felt like it was really tense and in the balance. I was really enjoying it. But shall we leave this and come back when play resumes?
I think we've had a line from our producer that we're going to keep going. We're going to stay on the stream for now because it does look, it looks dry. You normally can see there aren't many spectators in today given the fact it is grey, wet and cold. But at the moment it is just grey and cold. We're waiting for it to get wet. We haven't seen many spectators fleeing for cover. We just have the one cover on the square at the moment. Their run-ups are still open. The rest of the square is still open. I think that's the time at the Oval where you really have to panic and you know you're not going to be getting much cricket, is when the covers go the length of the pitch. We are now going to take tea in 3 minutes, is the latest update, which means play should resume at 20 to 4, in which case I reckon we will be ending the stream. And if you do want to get in contact, please email us at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We're on Twitter at Surrey Cricket. I don't know if are we still doing the musical 11?
Are we still doing the musical 11? I feel like it's never going to end. I feel like when the musicians 11 ends, there's going to be a big vacuum in my life. I won't know how to fill it. There are still 4 spots in the musicians 11 to fill. I think when we get back after tea,
need a quartet.
Let's make it our intent over half an hour's play just to finish this. All right?
It has been a large part. It's been a large part of our lives. I don't know if it's been a large part of many other people's lives.
But if this is the last chance, I'm warning you.
Okay.
Anyone that's watching, get your musicians 11 cricketers in the next hour. Otherwise, they're not making this 11.
Right. And if you are going to get in contact with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, at Surrey Cricket. We will hopefully be back with cricket at 20 to 4.
down there, Jackson with his plan. Hey? Sisters down, Jackson with his plan.
be joining us at the Kia Oval over the course of this match. The Carers Trust works with a network of more than 120 local organisations across the UK to provide funding and support for unpaid carers while campaigning for them to get a better deal. A similar opportunity will be offered to adult carers in May, when they will be able to attend the home fixture against Middlesex. returning to the middle. James Vince leading out the Hampshire team. Ollie Pope and Jordan Clark resuming the Surrey innings.
And welcome back to the Kia Oval, where we will be back underway. We had a very slight delay of about 4 to 5 minutes after tea, but for all intents and purposes, I think we would have taken that as we walked off the pitch around 25 minutes to half an hour ago.
Yeah, true.
With Ollie Pope on 33 off 51. Jordan Clark has walked out unexpectedly at number 5.
Yeah.
He is on 1 off 4 and has not looked particularly comfortable so far. But that's not to say he will not grow into his innings. The score is 127 for 3. Surrey are exactly halfway to Hampshire's first innings total of 254. That was fantastic maths by me. Thank you very much. Felix, how are you doing?
I'm all right, Cameron. Tell me about Jordan Clark. It's a blind spot for me, him coming in batting 5. What's his batting record like? I don't want to throw you under the bus.
That's absolutely fine. Luckily, I've always done my preparation. I can tell you that Jordan Clark has a batting first-class average of 28.19 with 2 centuries. I believe he scored one of those centuries last season for Surrey.
Right.
I also want to say he scored it batting at number 9. Both of those things should be fact-checked, and you can fact-check that indeed if you get in contact with us at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We have James Fuller, it looks like, to continue in just his 3rd over of the innings.
Yep.
And he will be running in to bowl at Ollie Pope. First ball just scoots down the leg side, skips away. It is particularly dank and grey out there. It does not look like a particularly pleasant time to be playing cricket. I have said this, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. I'm jealous of professional cricketers for 11 months of the year, and in April I am not.
Not in April.
I'm much happier sat here.
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. I think dank is the best word for it. Wow, that's well bowled.
Short ball that Ollie Pope sways underneath pretty comfortably. We have 2 slips in a gully, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, a deep square leg and fine leg. There's also a backward point out on the boundary, which, if we're going to do some really dense cricket chat, I remember talking to, who was I talking to last year? It was Stephen Mullaney and Lewis Gregory about a rise in deep backward point. They're saying it's just because teams feel like that's where the ball goes more often. If you're bowling 85 miles an hour at the top of the stumps, it's harder to get in front of square, and it's more likely to go backward of square.
Oh, interesting.
There you go. And I remember...
At backward point, sorry.
Yes, so the idea is, I think if you were playing club cricket, for instance, that field would be more likely in front of square because there's less pace on the ball, so batters have more time to hit the ball in front of square.
Got you.
Whereas, when the pace of the ball goes up, there's less time, it's more likely to kind of fly off an outside edge, or players are more likely to use the pace, and it's more likely to go behind square.
Do you know what? It's really interesting to hear that because me and Henry actually briefly discussed that yesterday.
Wonderful. Tying it all together. Fuller's in once more and left alone by Ollie Pope.
And what I was mentioning was that actually that's that Joe Root scoring area, really, isn't it? When people bowl quick at him, he's able to sort of cushion the ball into the backward point area. And I was reading in Wisden Cricket Monthly.
A fine publication.
Exactly. It's brilliant. Actually, it's really been brilliant recently.
You laughed a bit more than I was expecting you to.
No, I just thought it's an immediate plug, but it's true. But the Joe Root grew up playing with older people that were much quicker. I believe. With men that were not prepared to bowl anything but quickly at him. So he learned that was the scoring range. Do you know what I mean? With much quicker bowlers. So exactly as you're saying, where you'd normally play it in front of, do you know what I mean, into the sort of cover region. And then that became a skill of his to like direct as a young man to sort of direct the ball.
Me and Henry again were talking about these origin stories, and Dan Worrell's one was getting a run out where we'll let James Fuller just complete us over here. It's about 5 dot balls. That's left again. That could be a wide ball. The umpire seems to have a think about having a little stretch, decides against it. So maiden over to resume the evening session. And Dan Worrell, so you can still see his footmarks from down here at the Vauxhall end. He has this incredibly wide run up and he straightens up.
Oh, yeah.
And very simply, that's because when he was growing up, in his garden there was a tree in the middle of it. So he had to come from wide.
Yeah, that's so great. Well, and to this day, that's where that angle comes from.
That is the folklore of Dan Worrell. A very strong mythology surrounds Dan Worrell.
That's a good album title, The Folklore of Dan Worrell. Talking of which, sorry, that is a really horrible segue, but I do need to finish this Musicians 11 because, to put it bluntly, I'm losing the will to live. It's been about a day and a half we've been discussing it.
Day and 2/3 now. We're into the evening session.
Right, well, don't need that. I've actually, it's taken way too long, and now my head's swimming with too many suggestions. So what I'm going to attempt to do before we go back off for rain, which is clearly going to happen at some point, I want to finish this Musicians 11.
I would love to as well, because just before we went off and I knew we had to fill some air and to plug something, it did make me sad having to bring it up again. Mohamed Abbas is continuing from the Vauxhall end. He beats the outside edge immediately. Figures of 2 for 27 off 16. He's going less than 2 runs and over. 4 of those runs came as a dropped catch off the outside edge of Rory Burns.
Right.
He has been relentless, Mohamed Abbas. We're just going to see a replay here.
Oh, that does something.
Do something,
to me.
Jordan Clark.
That internally, that moves me. I mean, that's what you want. You watch that all day, just it's seaming either way of that perfect length.
No watershed on the radio. Well, I guess we're a TV show, aren't we? Abbas in once more.
Yes.
Behind it by Jordan Clark. It was a fantastic delivery. He's just swung the ball in and this nits away. Abbas has that very frontal action, which means he almost pushes the ball in to the right-hander.
It does. We were given a lot of credit, me and you, Cameron, last night to the Hampshire bowlers. But in hindsight, and I don't know whether they would have collectively had this conversation as well, they bowled much straighter today and much more effectively. And I wonder whether they just got rid of that plan, that sort of fifth stump plan, consciously. You know what I mean? They bowled stump to stump today.
To further your point, again, we've had it just there. Abbas has kind of leaked a couple of runs into the leg side, but it is that was a symptom of pursuing that plan of bowling much straighter. I think something I've found remarkable of just the timings of Surrey's innings means just how much of the 47 overs that trio of Barker, Abbas and Abbott have bowled.
Yeah.
47.5 overs have been sent down, and 38 of them have been those 3. We're yet to see Liam Dawson. There's been no spin. James Fuller's only bowled 3 overs, including one they bowled last night. And just the natural breaks in play coming off for rain has meant those 3 have been consistently fresh and able to keep going.
Well bowled. I was going to say that. I think it's that exact reason, isn't it? We just had short bursts of play, and I think also that's meant that it's been hard to get set. You know, even Pope's 33 not out, he still doesn't feel completely set, Ollie Pope, and that's kind of essentially where the game is really. Pope's innings at the moment.
Abbas is bowling absolutely beautifully here, and I know we've commented on Jordan Clark batting out of position a bit higher than he normally would, but I don't think any number 5 would be finding much of a response to what Abbas is sending down at the moment. And immediately Clark responds with an answer, running down the wicket, trying to get towards the pitch of that ball and just minimise that movement as much as possible. The idea of just not allowing Abbas to dictate terms on his terms.
It's almost like he's trying to impress Ollie Pope with that.
Trying to impress Ollie Pope, aren't we all?
A man after his own heart, you know, skipping down the wicket, because Ollie loves doing that, doesn't he?
Well, a man who does like skipping down the wicket is Harry Brook, and over in the IPL, he is on 50 of 32 deliveries.
Right.
5 4s and 2 6s.
Still batting?
He is indeed still batting. And so is Jordan Clark after a well-adjudged leave.
He struggled a bit, hasn't he, Harry Brook, to begin with?
I think he's not... I think struggled is a word that could be used just because of the number of runs he normally scores.
Sure.
I think we're able to compare Brook to Bradman in slightly out of the side of our mouths, but also numbers based.
Yeah.
He has got off to such a fantastic start in his career that the comparisons are briefly legitimate. I think we just had a bit of confusion out in the middle there, because Abbas was going to bowl a 7th ball of the over, and then someone very intelligent realised that, just someone who was able to count to 6.
Look at this cutaway of these lads. Oh, who's got the bottle of San Miguel or something there?
I feel it's glass allowed in the Kia Oval. Kick him out. Get him gone.
Someone locate that man.
Goodness me.
This is what I was discussing yesterday.
They don't do ID checks there.
I don't know how old they are. I was discussing that yesterday, bunking off school and being found because...
Oh no, to interrupt you, Felix, we have umpires talking. We have umpires talking in a Oh,
Oh, come on.
that is a shame. Off the lights, and you can actually hear that there's not many people in at the Kia Oval, but they've made their voices heard that they weren't particularly pleased. But if it's a decision based on safety, who are we to criticise? But that is a problem when you go off for light, because generally, by the rules of physics and the sun, it doesn't often get that much lighter as the day goes on.
Right.
And we tried our best.
Cameron, as I mentioned, this musicians 11 needs to be finished, and before these players leave this field of play, I'm finishing this 11 because otherwise I won't sleep tonight out of unfulfillment. At 9, whoever suggested it, Katie Perry is going to be bowling seam because we think she plays cricket from the opening ceremony, and of course her relationship with Jeffrey Boycott.
Excuse me?
You know Jeffrey Boycott loves Katie Perry, didn't he? Do you remember?
Absolutely, why not? How could I forget?
Captain Sensible to down, we've had quite a lot of shouts for him. I think he would bat 5, so that's where he's going to go. Woody from Bastille, we've had a lot of people talk about him, so
Surprised he's not in already.
He's going to be the wicket keeper.
Are you playing in this, Felix? Are you on it?
Do you know why I'm not? Because Rebecca Lucy Taylor bowls leg spin, and we don't want two spinners turning it the same way.
That makes sense.
So
in the modern day, you can't have that.
If we go to Taunton or to Essex or the subcontinent, I might get in the side, but other than that, I'm 12th man in his team, which is the story of my life. And then the last bowler, we have to have Mick Jagger in this team, so he's going to be the third and final seamer. So as the players leave the field of play, we've completed our musicians 11. Opening the batting, thank you very much. Opening the batting, Sigrid and Nelson John. Batting 3, Harry Judd from McFly. Number 4, John Lennon, very strong through the onside, clips the ball through mid-wicket. Number 5, Captain Sensible of the Dams. Number 6, Paul Griggsy McGuigan of Oasis. And in Oasis Glory is preferred to watch cricket. Number 7, Woody from Bastille, he of course is keeping wickets. Number 8 in our spin option, Rebecca Lucy Taylor. She bowls leg breaks. Katie Perry, we think, bowls seam up and probably seams it off for straight.
Fireworks.
Number 10, Mick Jagger does similar, but he's a little bit quicker and not afraid to bowl short of a length. And finally, batting 11 is Chris Martin of Coldplay. Like his namesake from New Zealand, he cannot bat, and the last player has left the field as we conclude it.
Wonderful. Congratulations. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for me. I'm happy for the viewers and the listeners. That is completed. I think the umpires are just hanging around at the moment. They're talking to the head groundsman, but I believe all the players are going off. So I think we will leave the stream for now. If you have any other musical ideas.
No. Don't get me started with this. Let's just put a full stop here. When we come back, we'll think of another 11, but don't. Do you know what I mean? Let's just enjoy this moment of that 11 being finished for now.
Under Felix's instructions, we will enjoy the moment. If you wish to get in contact, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, Twitter @SurreyCricket. We hope to be back with you with some cricket very soon. If we have an update, you will have an update very soon afterwards. Get in touch and hopefully see you soon.
Well, the news here at the Kia Oval is we're still waiting for a resumption in play. Two umpires, Russell Warren and Alex Walfer, out in the middle, having a little look, light meter readings. There is the big ground sheet out there just to protect the square, and the two umpires in conversation there with Lee Fortis, the groundsman here at the Kia Oval on the right-hand side, presumably about preparation time and what weather might be coming. The ground staff tend to have quite good radars, that sort of thing, to keep an eye on what might be occurring. And at this stage, I wouldn't say there's a frantic urge to get covers off. There's certainly not any suggestion from overhead conditions that we're going to see a lot clearer weather. And indeed, we do see umpire Warren there having a little look at the light meter, trying to work out exactly what the situation will be. So we'll have to wait a little while. Still plenty in, particularly in the pavilion, the Galadari stand underneath the cover there to protect themselves from the elements. But I would say at this point, there's no imminent feeling that we're going to see a resumption in play. I can see on the balcony at the far end of the ground from where we are in the dressing rooms, players still in their whites and ready for action. It's not the sort of day where you're thinking, well, everyone's already in their tracksuits, thinking about their evening plans and wondering what they might be able to do post-play. But I wouldn't say necessarily we're going to see anything that soon, but it gives us an opportunity to have a look at what's happening elsewhere in the county championship. It's been a day of frustration, I think it's fair to say, in terms of the weather. Not much action taking place, but some fixtures have got going, and moving forward is the Essex versus Lancashire game at Chelmsford. Essex leading by 23 runs, 9 wickets remaining, having been effective in passing Lancashire's score, but a couple of late wickets really reining things in. 219 all out, so just a 12-run lead going into the second innings. Jimmy Anderson taking 4 wickets, which is a good return for him, particularly dismissing his former England teammate Sir Alistair Cook LBW last night. Lancashire in response, currently leading by 23 runs, 9 wickets remaining, with Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon out in the middle at 35 for 1. So play ongoing in that game between Essex and Lancashire, and delayed with play due to start actually in around about 10 minutes between Northants and Middlesex. Northants 111 for 3, having bowled out Middlesex for 149 last night. No play between Notts and Somerset on day 2. Somerset 28 for 2, replying to 256 all out. We know what the situation is here. Surrey 129 for 3. They trail by 125 runs, 7 wickets remaining. And Hampshire yesterday 254 all out. Warwickshire against Kent, no play possible on Friday because of the rain. In Division 2, well, there's nothing happening, I'm afraid. A delay in the game between Durham and Worcestershire, rain falling. Durham 425 for 9 declared. Worcestershire in response, a 96 for 2. Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, well, that has been disappointing. No play possible on the first 2 days. Wet outfield in Bristol. And Leicestershire against Derbyshire, nothing on Friday possible because Leicestershire conditions have just not allowed it. There's been a lot of rain in the Midlands, a lot of rain everywhere, hasn't there? And so we feel fortunate to have seen what we have done so far today and yesterday. Leicestershire 243 for 2, so that keeps you up to date with everything that's happening around the county championship. Over in the Indian Premier League, well, disappointment for Yorkshire and no play possible in that game, but good news for a Yorkshire batter in the Kolkata Knight Riders Sunrisers Hyderabad match, because Harry Brook is 94 not out of 51 deliveries with 10 balls left of the innings in that game, so he's closing in on 100, and after a couple of disappointing outings, justifying that hefty price tag. And so that really is a good return. And also from an England point of view, England will be looking at that with a World Cup in India later on this year and thinking, this is what we wanted to see. Can Brook perform in these conditions against some of the world's best? Bowling attack that like Umesh Yadav, Lockie Ferguson, Sunil the Rhine, good bowlers, Andre Russell as well. So this is a serious performance from Harry Brook, who's now moved on to 95 not out. So lots of encouragement from an England point of view from Brook in that game. So that is the state of play around the world of cricket today. As I look out, I can see there is an enormous rope being dragged out to the middle. Is that the sort of rope? You can see Lee Fortis with it rested on his shoulders over to our right. Is that the sort of rope that might be dragged around the outfield to remove some of that surface water? It could well be. I can't think what else it would be for. Umpire Alex Wharf and Russell Warren sharing a joke out there. It doesn't look too cold, and we've got Cam Ponsonby still alongside, keeping an eye on things as well. If you get to a lot of cricket, you get quite used to the signs and signals of what might be happening, and it doesn't feel like they're putting the ground to bed for the day. Do you know what I mean?
It doesn't, although when that rope first came out, I thought they were putting the boundary rope in, so that, as a signal, I thought was the end of the day. But no, we can see it here. They're attaching it to a lawnmower? A machine of sorts that will kind of run around the outfield. They are going to run the rope around the outfield and try and get some surface water off. I've been told it's something to do with surface tension while they run the rope around. Because the water sits, and then the rope breaks that and allows it to evaporate faster.
Right, because I heard, and I suspect it's all, well, no, I won't say it's all a load of rubbish, but
there's your opinion, it's fine.
Yeah, but it's an opinion that comes from no basis of evidence, which has never stopped me in the past, as I
Absolutely.
said. But I heard it was because it moves the water droplets and they fall off the grass and drop down into the soil. The droplets that are sitting on the grass.
Okay.
On the blades of grass.
I mean, I can buy that as some surface tension as well. I feel like we can both be right.
Yeah.
You can hear that through the FX mic. You can hear the.
It's rumbling around, and groundsman Lee is
that looks like a thankless task. That being the person holding the rope in the middle of the ground as the lawnmower.
Yeah, you'd rather be on
the outside.
You'd rather be on the lawnmower. Let's be perfectly honest. A light reading is being taken by umpires Wharf and Warren. But what they're looking to see, I don't know, because it doesn't feel demonstrably lighter or darker than it has been in the last half an hour or so. But the fact that we can still see the shadows from the floodlights emanating from the feet of those out there in the middle suggests that it is probably too dark to play. And actually, I think it might be raining now as well, which is far from ideal news. And if it is, then that certainly will mean that we're not going to get a resumption anytime soon. The 3 Surrey flags have been pinned to the back of the Galadari stand, being buffeted by the wind over in the distance as the 2 umpires head off. And Harry Brook, I should say, has moved on to 99. You'll forgive us for keeping half an eye on what's taking place in that game, because this is some statement. To be at Eden Gardens and on the brink of 100 in the IPL is quite the thing. That lawnmower's going at a rate. And there it is, 100 for Harry Brook. What a thing that is, Cam.
I mean, his magical 12 months just keeps getting better and better, really. I interviewed him just before Christmas, and I was struck by, he has a kind of touch of the geniuses about him, in that he doesn't quite seem to appreciate just how kind of talented he is and what he does, and how difficult what he does is. I asked him in particular about kind of scooping 90-mile-an-hour deliveries for 6. He went, oh, you just get in line and put your bat in the way. Just what's the problem?
Yeah, that's the thing about people that are gifted. For some of us, that sort of thing seems incomprehensible.
I warmed to him greatly. He's got very to go back to this, to break briefly from Harry Brook, I understand the rope a little bit when there's also rain falling. I don't know if it shoots the water back into the sky.
Yeah, it's a magical rope. Yeah. It's incredible. It was amazing. I'm not sure it's raining hard, if it is.
Anyway, to return to Harry Brook, there's something really quite endearing. He's very, very close to his family, in particular his grandmother, who gets kind of a lot of airtime. She kind of rose to fame within the kind of cricket journalism world when she picked up the Harry Brook had been awarded the Young Cricketer of the Year.
Oh, she was at the Cricket Writers Club.
She was at the Cricket Writers Club, and she planted a kiss on David Gower. As a kind of a 30-year-old crush finally had the opportunity presented to her. But no, Harry Brook collects all his medals and sends them off to his grandparents.
Oh,
so we heard from the England camp that Brook had won the ICC Player of the Month award, and that's something that a lot of players would go, oh, brilliant, thanks very much, but don't worry about it. And they, as a token gesture, they said to Brook, would you like the award? Would you like the medal? I went, oh, absolutely, I'll take that. And got sent off to his grandma. So kind of Granny Brook has everything from the under-12 Man of the Match awards up until the ICC Player of the Month trophy.
Well, that is quite the journey, isn't it? I should just say 100, not just any old 100. It's come from 55 balls, so a strike rate of 181.8. That is going some.
There'll be, I think relief is potentially too strong a word, but he had a slow start to life in the IPL. Given the price tag he went to, there would have been that extra pressure there. He's coming off scores of 13, 3 and 13 again. And to finish, well, he'll finish on exactly 100 not out of a score of 228 for 4 off the 20 overs. And it is his second, I want to say, second T20 to go to one in the PSL. And he was so popular in Pakistan. We were playing in Multan. There'll be chance of Harry Brook kind of ringing around the ground, or not quite ringing around the ground, following him, as he was very popular over there due to his exploits in the PSL. He's adding kind of IPL credentials to that as well. To give everyone a bit of potentially false hope, I think it looks quite a lot brighter.
It's sort of conditions where, and how many times do we say this? If they were playing, they'd carry on playing. But they're not playing. And, well, hold on, the ground staff are moving with purpose. As you can see on our screen there, there's a degree of conviction in what's happening. And I think this might be to remove a cover.
Watching grass dry.
Well, I know.
That must be a seasoned commentary track. It's just like watching grass dry.
Yeah, I've never heard it before.
Oh, well,
but
there we go.
So what's going to happen here? So they're walking out to the middle. We can see. I've never felt more nervous about a tarpaulin. The tension, the surface tension's killing me. Are they going to take these covers off? I think they might be, you know.
Who'd have thought it?
Who'd have thunk it? I mean, you know what will happen. They'll start playing, though, right? Yeah. Let me have a look at the radar, because that's going to give us some information.
I think you wanted to go back to Oxford.
Yeah, and to think that I was going to hop on the train.
Incredible.
I know. There is going to be some frightful weather coming in this evening, let me tell you. So, look out for that. But, yeah, I think we might have a little... pocket of play.
Do we have a pocket of play?
We've got a pocket of play. I think that's going to last until around about 5:15. Then we'll have another shower, and that'll probably be it for the day. So if they get out there quickly, might have half an hour or so. Should be a bit of fun, wouldn't it?
What a treat. The umpires are coming out. Again, I'm all of a sudden feeling optimistic, Henry.
I mean, the optimism is emanating from every pore. It is terribly exciting. Because look, the ground staff have unpinned the tarpaulin. Away goes the rope. Here come the umpires again.
I understand what's happening. This is an unveiling of the pitch to present to the umpires, and then we'll have another decision to make. This is not a removing of the covers.
Yes, it's a process that... Oh no, the umpires have turned away. They've decided no, they're going to walk back the other way. Don't know why. Don't know why they came halfway and now they're heading back the other way, but they are.
They're giving the instruction. The covers are coming off, Henry.
Oh, here we go. Here come the covers.
We have a player down. I can't quite see from here. I'm going to see my binoculars.
Have you got some binos? Lovely.
Looks like a James Vince-shaped man.
How many others do you know? Right, they are rolling off.
I believe that is James Fuller, actually.
Okay.
From a long distance, I often confuse my Jameses.
Easily done.
There we go.
So they're rolling off the covers. This is good news, everybody. We might see some cricket. And who would have thought that? Because those hardy souls that have remained in the stands, good on you, because it could easily have been the sort of day you thought, I thought we wouldn't see another ball bowled.
I was very much with you. I was planning my trip home. Got family over from Canada. I'm on family duty this evening, Friday night.
Where have you got to go?
Just back to mum and dad's to see uncle and auntie, which is very pleasant. I'm not extending the invite to anyone or by announcing it over to the airwaves, but
no, you're not.
That's the plan. But I was going to delight everyone at home. Say I'm going to be home early. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know.
That's fine. I'd rather be here, and that's actually true.
That's nothing against them. But yeah, I know the feeling. Don't worry. Right, Lee Fortis. You can see him in the middle of the screen there, rolling the cover off with one big size 14 shoe. And it looks as though, I would suggest, we could be playing in as little as 10 minutes.
I'll go to agree with you there. Hampshire are obviously very much of the opinion that they're ready to go. They're kind of not forcing the issue through kind of words, but through actions. They're saying they're ready to go. If I was the two batters, if I was Jordan Clark or Ollie Pope, I would be sitting very firmly with my pads on in the change room saying, actually, I think it's a bit dingy, I think it's a bit dark, I'll come back tomorrow. On the flip side, that is exactly why Hampshire are being proactive about it. They sense an opportunity to claim a few wickets. It's very similar to yesterday, just having that tiny little period of play where you might get, they get half an hour at Surrey, and that was wicketless.
Yeah, well, I don't think they bowled as well as they might have done actually last night.
I think you and Felix were talking about this, and I think I've been swayed to your opinion. They bowled very, very pretty lines, lines that made us all kind of ooh and ah, rather than be particularly targeted at the stumps and bring kind of more dismissals in play than just kind of caught behind. That's the kind of the method of dismissal they were going for, was trying to bring the slip cord into play and nick off Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley, as opposed to potentially targeting the stumps and bringing in LBWs and bowls.
Stumps going in, everybody. The blue stumps out in the middle. Do you know something I'm not a fan of?
Please tell me.
Green bails.
Oh no, well the county championship's not for you then.
It is for me. It's just there's two small pieces of wood that are not for me.
Oh, it's 4.
Yes, fair. Because you can't see them when they fly in the air because of the grass background.
I can't disagree with that. It's a very fine point.
Yeah.
And it is something that I think in international cricket, the kind of, I think the zing bails, they came in as a kind of T20 novelty, and actually they're very useful.
Very useful. The next thing I want to see, and I've mentioned this previously, is zing boundaries.
Zing boundaries?
Because
wow,
the amount of time that is wasted watching cricket, watching to see when somebody slides to stop it, whether they've touched it before the ball has touched it, any part of them is touching it. If it lit up as soon as there is any contact with them, you'd know immediately.
It would be of a great expense, but it wouldn't necessarily be of such a great expense it was impossible in the world of the IPL.
I mean, I'm not saying we need it in every level, but you know,
there has been the trickle-down effect from professional cricket to the recreational game is relentless. However, increasingly clubs are playing kind of white ball and coloured kit, and it's even reached my standard of cricket. Now, the first half of the season I'll be playing this year will be coloured kit.
What sort of
white
kit?
Ball. I think it's kind of a bluey red number.
Lovely.
But there is no real reason for it to be a thing other than grown men seeing what's on TV and going, "Oh, that looks fun."
Yeah,
I know,
as well. But basically, isn't that cricket though?
Very much so. It's just something you'd like to think you've grown out of at some point.
No.
Oh, we have an announcement. A few minutes. Very precise.
I love that. That is so much better than the nonsense that you sometimes get, where it has to start exactly on a time.
It's
Just
honest,
think,
isn't
get
it?
them out there. Right, this is good news. We're going to see some cricket. The players are. Do you know? I think there's almost sunlight.
Well, as our kind of very wise producers and cameramen and directors tell us, the telltale sign, and you'll know this yourself, is if there are 4 shadows, that shows that artificial light's taken over, the 4 floodlights taken over, and now we can see 1 shadow from everywhere coming. That means the lateral light has been fantastic. We've just been handed a notice. The restart is at 4:55. That's in 5 minutes' time, and there are 30 overs remaining. Whether we bowl all of those,
what a lovely thing that is. I'm not sure we will bowl the ball, but we're going to see cricket, because I don't think it's going to rain in the next 5 minutes. So we're going to see a little more action, and this is terribly exciting, because I didn't think we would, to be honest. I thought we were done for the day. And as I can see over to our left, there's a supporter who's leaning over at least 2 rows. She's stretched out and having a lovely old time in a nice brown jacket. And those that have stuck it out are going to get rewarded as well. And that's brilliant to see, because there was certainly that slight sense that we might be done. But we're not.
These are absolutely... Those left in the crowd are definitely the optimists that exist in society. I think these are who you want to spend your weekends with. They're kind of glass half full people.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that we all need a few loyal county cricket fans in our life. And I think actually that goes for existence in general, personally.
That's the route I was going down.
Yeah.
A nod to society.
There's nothing I like more of an evening than naming a cricket team of yesteryear and trying to name every single member of them. Can you name Surrey's county championship winning side from X, say? Do you know what I mean? That sort of...
I feel like Sporkle quit. The invention of Sporkle must have been a great day
It
for
was a
you.
wonderful day for me. It was. But they don't get quite as niche as the sort of areas that I like. Can you name every substitute goalkeeper in the Premier League in the 97, 98? Do you know what I mean? That sort of
type of thing. Very exciting. I remember having a great evening, how many years ago at university with my housemates. We kind of all cooked a dinner, and we did the most common starting 11 of every Manchester United team over the last 25 years.
Now we're talking.
And I think I'm not going to be able to do 25 times 11 off the top of my head, but whatever that number is, let's say for the sake of the argument, it's 266. I know it's not that, but let's go with that. And we're on 265 out of 266 with 5 minutes to go, and it counts down to 4.5 minutes.
I think it's 277 actually.
Congratulations. I'm glad you're here.
Let me check it. Let me check it. But go on. So you missed
so
one.
No. So we had one left, and my friend, with about 10 seconds to go, gave us the name. Remembered it. So we were on 275, 275. 10 seconds to go, we got the final name. Everyone erupted in celebration. And only about an hour or so later did my friend admit he'd actually known the name for the previous 5 minutes. He just kept it in his back pocket to enhance the experience of everyone else.
What? Come on, give it. What was the name? We've got 2 minutes to.
I'm not. I'll have to message it.
Can you find out? Because that's going to really bother me now. Because I'm thinking it's going to be a goalkeeper. I'm thinking Raymond van der Hout.
I think it was a full-back actually.
Oh. Now we're talking. Right, we're nearly ready for play. And while that is teasing you back home, no doubt we're going to see some cricket. Pope and Clark in the middle. The score on 1-2-9 for 3.
And to bring it full circle to yourself, my friend who I'm messaging is another Oxford United fan.
Oh, the poor chap.
Exactly.
We've not won in 14.
I remember us working this out yesterday between us. We have 3 wins in 39. I tell you what, we do considering commentating on Surrey, we do very well to talk about QPR and Oxford.
Yeah, I know. I try and shoehorn Oxford United into any conversation. You know, dental appointments, whatever, really. Being an Oxford United fan, much like a dental appointment. You dread it. It can be quite painful. And ultimately, you end
well,
up
Henry, congratulations on filling 35 minutes.
There we go. I think we did all right there. Well, I think we did well.
I don't know if that's for us to judge, but we will congratulate ourselves.
Well, we got through it. Whether the audience did, I don't know. Right then, who's going to start? Abbott is going to bowl. To Ollie Pope. Here we go then. 2 slips and a gully. Or 3 slips, really, but with a vacant third. And that's left alone by Pope.
It's like we were never away.
It is, really. And in some ways, I sort of feel like that was kind of symptomatic of everything that we saw from Pope earlier on today, because though he's gone up 33 from 58, decent rate in the context of the innings, it's not been the sort of expansive Ollie Pope demonstration that maybe we're used to. Well, that's a little more aggressive, driven through the offside for the first run of this delayed evening session.
I think it's something about his innings that I've really enjoyed, however, from Pope, is that Pope, my impression of Pope is he's a fantastically talented, frenetic batter. He's very busy. I remember being told that as a junior player at Surrey, he'd always look to kind of lap sweep the first ball he faced. He's always trying to be very busy, and that's been something that he's had throughout his life. And whilst that, on the one hand, brings runs, it often doesn't bring about a calmness for the viewer. And today, he has made me feel very calm, and then he runs down the wicket and moves out to that deep backward point.
It's in that way that certain players, you always feel there's a fragility to their innings, and that some players, when they get it, yesterday Keith Barker, you just thought he's not getting out. There's no way he's getting out. He didn't look in any jeopardy at all, and you see on screen now he's had a really impressive time of it. But certain players, no matter how many runs they're on, you always feel that there's just a little element of something happening. It may not be something happening in the sense that they're about to get out, but there is something there. Edged, dropping short.
Jordan Clark has not had the most comfortable stay at the wicket. He's kind of 12 balls in here. I'd love to see. I don't think Cricinfo do a control graphic for these domestic games, but he's been played and missed at a number of deliveries. Mohamed Abbas bowled a fantastic over to him, which was not anything to his discredit that he failed to get any baton delivery, but we'll see the replay here from Abbott. I mean, he has to play at that ball. I don't think he's done too much wrong. I don't think the ball has moved too much. I'll be proven wrong here. It's just kind of held its line. It's taking the outside edge. And that ball finds the inside half of Clark's bat as well. So, not as well. Instead, perhaps an overcorrection from Surrey's stand-in number 5.
It's been a little bit testing, hasn't it? He's not felt entirely in control for the 12 balls that he's faced, but experience that he's got, knowledge that he's got of playing in these circumstances, these conditions. April afternoon, this is far from uncharted territory. That's a good ball, really good bowling from Abbott. Pitching it up, little bit fuller, hint of away movement. And the over comes to an end, so 132 for 3. And in theory, 29 overs remaining today.
That was a fantastic resumption by Kyle Abbott.
Let's have a look at that again.
That's very well bowled. I notice if you want to have an impression of just how chilly it is out there, he took 2 jumpers back from the umpire, but he did actually leave 1 with the umpire.
So he's got 3 out there.
So he had 2, and he's left 1.
Right.
I think the over has just warmed him up enough that one jumper will suffice. But I think for the rest of the Hampshire team, that slip cordon, all have their hands in their pockets. It's a chilly early evening in Vauxhall. Mohamed Abbas, I'm not 100% sure if he's continuing, but it would feel about right, because I feel like every time I've looked down, he is bowling.
Well, he's such a good bowler, and taking 2 out of the 3 wickets that have fallen. Let's have a little look to see if he was bowling prior to that delay. It was indeed. It was Abbas.
It was something me and Felix were commenting on, is that because of the stop-start nature of this innings, Barker, Abbas and Abbott have been able to bowl such a heavy load of it, such a majority. They've now bowled, there's been 49 overs, and 40 of them have been that trio.
I think fair to say Hampshire bowlers looking slightly weary at the end of a day where it's not just the overs in the legs, but it's also having to get the body warm again. That in itself takes a little bit of doing. The same way as for the batters. There are the challenges of getting set once more, but cold day, bowling unit, it's not quite as easy as just getting out there and getting on with it.
There was a fantastic, I think, being in England, I think we often get kind of county championship kind of rose-tinted glasses, and that happens with Mohamed Abbas. He's obviously has performed so well in front of our eyes for a number of years. So when England went to Pakistan and Abbas wasn't in that test squad, I think we were very kind of surprised. And there was a quote I really enjoyed that was attributed to Abbas in the Pakistani press about his non-selection, which quoted Abbas as saying he was a little bit sad to not play. And I think that's right. Yeah. I think that's the right emotion.
Yeah.
Don't be too sad.
Just a little bit.
I'm a little bit sad.
Snooker cue from Ollie Pope. He tried to pull away into that leg side.
Was that a little bit of a Abbas have a little word?
Well, he hasn't been afraid to. He was having a chat earlier.
I'm not sure if he was talking to his skipper and kind of making a plan with the slip cordon there, or having a little word with Ollie Pope, who has got a toe end on a short ball there. He was through the shot a bit early, so I don't think he was done for pace, but maybe Mohamed Abbas.
Good delivery next up from Abbas as well.
Abbas, if you didn't catch that on the stream, just pretending to look far into the stands as if Ollie Pope had dispatched him for 6, kind of mockingly, I believe is the correct word for that occasion.
It's, you know, the gentlest form of mocking, isn't it?
It works. I think it's the type of display you can do when you've taken 100 wickets at less than 17 for your county.
That's well bowled. Half an appeal for LBW, but I think there was a fairly hefty chunk of bat involved. And the over concludes with a single, so Pope will keep the strike. 50 overs bowled, 133 for 3. So it has not been quick going by any stretch of the imagination, but that does not mean it has been uninteresting. It's been compelling.
I think that battle between Pope and Abbas it's such a kind of matchup of high quality. And if you think the style of bowler that Abbas is, he kind of relentlessly asks questions of the batter. He bowls in the same area and says, what are you going to do? And the way Ollie Pope plays, he has a number of answers to any one delivery. And so there's a number of options that Pope can pursue in response. Abbott's continuing from the pavilion. The pavilion. The pavilion is what I meant.
Well, it's Abbott against Pope in a sort of Catholic hierarchy competition.
I can tell you the final name of that Sporkle quiz.
Go on.
If you want.
Yeah, can you?
It was one Ronnie Johnson.
Oh, I was going to say Ronnie Johnson.
Were you?
He started in the Champions League final of 1999. Oh, big appeal for LBW. No. And Abbott can't believe it. For me, height's not an issue on that occasion. Pope lunging forward wasn't far out of his crease. And Abbott, for the first time today, has had a decision turned against him and looks really gutted about it. He is not quite the, okay, I see where you're coming from. I'm not sure he can believe that's not been given out. Let's have another look.
It's absolutely fired off Ollie's Pope pad. It's flown into the offside, which doesn't mean it was likely to be going down the leg side. Set the chest down, file that one under, seen them given. I think I think to give Pope some credit, he has got forward there. There is some element of doubt in, but had he been given?
Oh, another appeal as Pope gets in a tangle advancing. That wasn't far actually, from an inside edge onto the pad and into the slip cordon.
I'm not sure that didn't carry there.
Really?
Oh, is that a dropped catch? That is so kind of telling of the current England strategy though. Big LBW appeal, next ball, run down the wicket, and it has just dropped a foot or two short. Should have trusted your eyes immediately.
Oh, he's got unlucky in this over. He's got quite unlucky all day.
Pope's just under the pump a little bit at the moment. He had a tricky time against Mohammed Abbas. Now Abbott's giving him the once over two.
Well left. And this is all part of, I suppose, the preparation that England will be quite pleased to see Ollie Pope going through for this summer. Tricky surface, high quality fast bowling, riding a little bit of a storm.
I think it's just been a departure, having just kind of praised Pope for being kind of a slightly calmer innings than we're potentially used to from him. There we've had 3 deliveries and 3 different plans. One he's played from the crease, the second he's run forward, and the third he's stepped outside off stump. So he's really trying to manoeuvre himself to counter Kyle Abbott.
Left alone again, it's a little bit of a way shape after it had gone past the bat. Encouragement from those in Hampshire colours that know that the big South African bowler is doing a good job and not far away from the prize wicket that Surrey will be so desperate to see survive until the close.
This is you can tell this is a real kind of effort spell from Abbott. He was really breathing deeply as he walked back to his mark there. This is only his second over after the interval, and he's obviously used to having a lot of overs in these legs. I think this is him at full tilt.
Nicely pushed away by Pope. He'll get the single to keep the strike once again. And so this fascinating battle between Abbott and Abbas and Ollie Pope is going to continue. He has a little look there, you see, towards the batter and another, and knows he's not far away.
This is good,
isn't it?
This is a good little spell of cricket. I think we're just in that period where Hampshire know they're on top of Ollie Pope at the moment. They know they've potentially got a prize wicket in their hands, and they know that at the other end they have a batter who's not been comfortable at all. They'll be thinking we can strike twice here in very quick succession and really turn this game on its head. Mohammed Abbas to continue once more into his 19th over, figures of 2 for 30.
Feels like there's a little bit more zip through to Ben Brown from this end of the ground than we saw earlier. There a few that just were slightly dipping off the surface.
Little bit, might just be that little bit more moisture in the surface after the rain break. I tell you what, Keith Barker at fine leg looks absolutely freezing.
And he's got short sleeves.
And he's got short sleeves, that's exactly what came to mind. He's got his hands shoved in his pockets, with a t-shirt on.
Hooping. And another look from Abbas. I won't say Ollie Pope is living a charmed life at the moment, because I don't think he is. I think he's playing pretty well. I think he's facing some of the highest quality bowling you're going to see. And he's still there.
I think that's exactly it. I think when a player of Pope's calibre is struggling in this little period, it's almost always a sign of quality on the opposing side as opposed to weaknesses of his own.
Another testing delivery. Again, Pope gets through it. A little word from James Vince, his England teammate at times. Would they have played together?
Not in Test cricket, although I tell you what, I'll get StatScoorer up.
Have a look. I would have thought they'd have been in squads together, would be my guess. It's well played. Really good battle, this. Sort of April, murky conditions, game at a really tight point, sort of battle that is what it's all about. Hands deep in pockets just until the bowler comes in. Not sure what the appeal was there, because he's come down the track and played it into his pad a mile outside the off
Just
stump.
stuff's happening, isn't it? Everyone's excited. Let's bring a bit of unexcitement.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, Pope and Vince never played a test
Never.
together.
They're not.
Which would make sense if you think Pope debuted in 2018. I want to say, and that was after that
Just
17-18 series where Vince played, and Vince left having scored, I think it was 70 in New Zealand. So if anything, Pope replaced Vince. There we go.
And made an over from Abbas. 52 gone, 134 for 3.
Well, I don't know how long Hampshire and James Vince plan to bowl Abbott and Abbas in tandem, but I hope, for our sakes, as viewers, it is for a very long time, for as long as they can.
I'm with you. I want to see more of this, because it's been compelling.
Jordan Clark is going to take strike for the first time in at least 3 overs, because Pope's faced all of the last 18 deliveries for 2 runs. He's run out a lot more than 2 of the deliveries. He's missed a lot more than 2 of the deliveries. I think Hampshire just sensing an opportunity here, even if their body language doesn't suggest as much. The body language suggests they're very cold.
But they'll warm up pretty swiftly over wicket falls.
They will do, and they might need to get a hurry on, because the ground staff on the far side of the ground are just wandering over to that big cover that they take over the wicket without wanting to put a dampener on proceedings.
They are, I mean, it's not with any urgency.
It's not with urgency, no. But it suggests they know or suspect something.
It really is pounding it.
That's well defended from Jordan Clark. A confidence boosting defensive stroke, I'd call that. He's found the middle of the bat, he's gotten behind the ball very well. He's gone straight back down the wicket. Be feeling happier for it.
A little conversation between he and Keith Barker. And they'll know that they aren't far away, this Hampshire duo. Surrey's pair will know. They've got to keep fighting. Oh, good ball. And it is a fight.
To return to Harry Brook, something over the New Zealand series where in the press box Michael Atherton was full of praise. We just see a replay of Jordan Clark struck on the back pad, gives it a little rub for Harry Brook's forward defence. It really impressed me. Oh, that's a lovely stroke, and it was the compliment of a man who knew what he was looking at and appreciated the work and not the show. As we all went crazy over his lofted drives. For Atherton, it was the forward defensive.
Oh, surely that's out, and it is. Finally, Abbott gets the reward that a fine spell of bowling has certainly deserved. Clark goes for 3, and a contest between Pope, Clark, Abbott and Abbas finally sees the breakthrough for Hampshire with the 4th wicket falling, and given the conditions, it felt inevitable. Credit in some ways to Clark for surviving as long as he did. That is a fine piece of bowling that gets the reward.
That is out. I think hang on, Surrey, is the aim of the game here. With the lights, we can just see those 4 shadows coming about. It's a very difficult spell of batting here. Abbott and Abbas are bowling beautifully well. You see Abbott's just got the ball to seam in off the seam. He's been getting the ball to move in both directions off the pitch. It's been an incredibly high quality spell of bowling. It was a very confident appeal. It wasn't so much a question as a confirmation from the Hampshire players there. They knew that was a very straight delivery. They had their man.
Yeah, at last, he turned to umpire Russell Warren and got the answer that he was looking for. Jamie Smith comes to the middle then. He's keeping in this game in the absence of Ben Folkes. And this long, highly effective Surrey batting unit can call upon another excellent young player who scored a half-century against Lancashire. Scored a big 100 earlier on this year against Sri Lanka A for the England Lions as well. Somebody who, as we spoke about 100 earlier, who has got not just a bright future but a bright present as well.
I used to coach with Jamie Smith.
Oh yeah?
I'm not sure if you'll remember it.
Do you not think?
I don't think I'd bring it up to him, but I will say it publicly on a YouTube stream at the Stewart Cricket Centre, which is run by Neil Stewart, obviously the brother of Alex Stewart. And no, Jamie Smith would have been 15. I think I'm 4 or 5 years older than him, and everyone said this guy's a good player, and they were right.
Yeah,
they were correct. Yeah, I'm going to have to use all of that talent now. What's a very difficult spell under the lights at the Kia Oval.
It really is. Everything is inducing a cry of excitement and enthusiasm from that slip cordon, because they know that sort of phase where 3 or 4 wickets can fall really quickly. We've not seen a boundary since the resumption.
I think the kind of run rate of the last kind of 5 overs, or even 10 overs, there's hardly been a run scored.
Solid from Smith. And a wicket maiden. Abbott doing a really good job alongside Abbas. And Pope doing an equally good job. As I say thank you to Cameron Ponsonby for the time being. And welcome back once again to the magnificent Felix White.
Oh, Hen, magnificent.
How are you, matey?
What a lovely thing to say.
You've been watching the back of box. I mean, what a treat this has been, hey?
Oh, it's been brilliant. But do you know what? It's been such a frustrating day, but every short session we've got in has been fantastic. I think obviously because of those short stints, Abbas, it feels like, has bowled from this end for the duration of the day. But he bowled 10 overs straight, I think, to begin with, uninterrupted.
Survival, the name of the game, I think it's fair to say.
It's, you know what, who's in front here? Is it right in the balance? I think it might be.
I think it might be, yeah. 134 for 4, responding to 254 all out. And it has slightly fallen away from where Surrey were at 124 for 2 to now be 134 for 4. It's in a vulnerable position, this game, for the Surrey batting unit. Nice piece of timing from Pope, advancing forward to pick up a run.
Go show what we know, because we were saying this was going to be the day to bat, and I think it's been a really difficult day to bat.
I'm with you, and I find it reassuring to know that we know nothing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Sometimes you just need that confirmation of the suspicion.
Plane going overhead.
Somewhere up amongst the clouds and the gloom. So Jamie Smith facing Abbas for the first time. Very solid in defence. Elsewhere,
Go on.
Lancashire are leading Essex by 69 runs with 9 wickets remaining, so they've done
So
well.
they're batting second already. Sorry, they're batting their second innings at the moment.
Yeah. Keaton Jennings is on 44. Jimmy Anderson picked up 4 for.
Brilliant. It's good for Tailenders.
Who have you got in your team? Oh, Captain Sensible's in at
Right.
number 5.
So for the benefit of that, for people who obviously can't see that, Henry's looked at my musicians 11 again. Shot.
First run for Smith.
Which I thought we'd put to bed. We've
Never.
been doing this 11 for 2 days. And it never ends, because when we walked off with Cameron, I mean, Cameron actually sounded powerfully relieved that we were finishing it. Since I've read out the 11, put the whole thing to bed, we've got some other emails in.
Sensational.
And it's making me rethink my selection.
Well, it's, as coaches say, it's a good problem to have. In comes Abbas.
Oh.
Well bowled, a little bit of zip off the surface, Pope taking that step to the offside.
The most tantalising one comes from Dave Digital. Can't believe that's his real name. Thank you for getting in touch, Dave. He's saying, and this is news to me. I thought I had this subject area covered, but he's saying Steve Malcolmus from the US indie legends Pavement is a cricket fan and admirer of Glenn McGrath.
That's an odd crossover.
He said it even features the word wicketkeeper in the song Carrot Rope.
Right.
And from California, I've never heard that before. It kind of makes sense, the kind of person a musician is, but you might like cricket. But that's just complete news to me. So if anyone knows any more about Pavement's interest in cricket, you can get in touch on Twitter, can't you?
See, this is interesting. Yeah, Californian band. And we're going to find out more about this, because I'm intrigued by the fact that you could have someone from that world, particularly California. It feels a long way from... It's about geographically about as far from cricket as you can be.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why it surprised me. And I would have thought if someone was into it, but I would have known that, because I consider this my area of expertise. You leave that alone. So, but if you do have any more information on Pavement and their love of cricket, it's surreybroadcast@gmail.com or any of us on Twitter. Felix White, Moeran.
You'll find us. And what I like about this is I love finding out about people's niche hobbies from worlds you don't expect. And that can be anything. Like, I love the fact that Iron Maiden singer Bruce Dickinson is a qualified pilot, and he flies the band around in a 747.
Yes,
it's the coolest thing in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant, really brilliant.
And
he's a qualified commercial airline pilot. Yeah,
they literally have a 747 that they all leap into.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just so cool.
It speaks to a sort of different level of control freakery for a lead singer to actually want to fly the plane as well. Do you think? Or not? Have I misread that?
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. I think maybe the band would just be a bit like, Bruce, you do, Bruce.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly, why not? If you sing a Night Maiden. Sorry, I've taken us on a route out of the cricket and it's really absorbing cricket.
That's all right.
So I apologise for people at home who are getting really locked into this. It's a massive moment, isn't it?
Feels it. And I've enjoyed watching Abbott bowl. He feels like he's putting heart and soul into every ball here. Wicket maiden last over. 4 dot balls in this. How many runs has he conceded in the last little while? It doesn't feel like many.
The Jordan Clark one's interesting, isn't it? I was really, I think most people were expecting him to come in about 8-9 and be seeing Cameron Steele fresh off the back of a century at 5, or Jamie Smith even. So the balance of the side is interesting, because when Clark came in at 5, you thought, oh, maybe Smith's batting at 7 because he's keeping. But here he is at number 6.
Oh,
sometimes, Jamie.
I think you can say that. That's actually, most times an edge through the slips finds 4 runs. You say, well, credit to the bowler. I think credit to the bowler, yes, but actually pretty well played from Jamie Smith.
He sort of managed it in a way, hasn't he? Oh, well, it's good cricket.
That ball's done all sorts, isn't it?
That's the picture that sums up today. Keith Barker there with his hands in his pocket.
Yeah, he...
It's freezing out there,
He's not got a long sleeve shirt on. A little bit of a way shape for Abbott. Driven by Smith. End of the over. 55 gone then. 140 for 4. Harry Brook, 100 IPL.
Is that right?
Yeah. 100 off 55 balls.
Wow. I'm pleased for him, because we were talking about, I use the word struggling, which is unfair, but he hadn't put a big score up yet, had he?
Highest of 13 prior to that in 3 innings. It's a lovely thing to see.
Another, I'm really glad he scored those runs. I've been doing, we have talks occasionally about baseball while we've been in Henry, but I've been venturing into it a little bit, and Harry Brook's become a Major League Baseball ambassador of late.
Right. Well bowled.
That's beauty.
Really well bowled. He'll be thinking, how is Ollie Pope still there?
Look at 20 overs, 2 for 32. I'm sure I'm wrong, but it feels like he has bowled throughout the day from this end.
Yeah. It feels like it's been pretty much every over, doesn't it? So go on.
And then, sorry, so Harry
Major League Baseball.
He's become a Major League Baseball Europe ambassador, and part of that involved him going out in pre-season just after the recent England tour and trying to play baseball.
That's not the first loose delivery that we've seen from Abbas. It won't bring a boundary, we'll bring a couple.
So anyway, it was meant as a kind of a sort of flippant, jokey exercise in seeing if this cricketer could play baseball. They were going to film a 5-minute video, the usual shtick. But it turns out at the Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals, but he was extraordinarily good, which won't be a surprise to anyone that's seen him bat over the last year. But a lot of the coaches there got nearer and nearer to him as he was hitting.
Comes forward again. He's dancing down the track and trying to find that angle. It's a good piece of fielding from Fuller to prevent what probably would have been 3, possibly 4. And good intent from Pope to get another run. He's on to 42.
And anyway, the powers that be at St. Louis Cardinals genuinely have a feeling that Harry Brook could make it
Really?
as a baseball player. They said they haven't actually seen raw ability like that, which is unsurprising, really, because it's a similar skill in a lot of ways. Oh, two touch leave. or three.
Three, yeah.
If you're Henry.
Absolutely. So, but I suppose it's similar skills in that it's hand-eye, but equally the ball's not bouncing in baseball.
No. So it's different reading it, but exactly hand-eye, I would imagine. And the reason it makes sense, obviously, is because he can hit the ball far and long and hard, obviously, and he's been able to translate that with a baseball bat. So anyway, that's just one to follow for the future.
Interesting. Hopefully he doesn't see the size of the contracts in Major League Baseball, or we might never see him again.
I'm sure that is feeding into it, his desire to potentially do it. It makes you think, though, doesn't it? Like modern day cricketers, quite a lot almost face up. Like I'm thinking of Johnny Bairstow on my head, with about almost like a baseball hitter, bat behind their head. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of interesting that those skills might merge. KP was one I always thought might be a really good baseman.
That's a beautiful piece of timing. It was over-pitched, but you still got to put it away, and when it's been a phase of cricket that has been so much about defence and survival, if the opportunity comes, you've still got to get it quickly in your mind that you can put it away, and that really is a good piece of timing.
That's a statement of a shot, actually, from Jamie Smith. Oh, he's had to be really watchful and leave artfully when he's bowled outside off stump. Abbas just strayed slightly too straight, and he's put it away through mid-wicket, not unlike John Lennon through mid-wicket.
No, very much like John Lennon.
Everyone will be thinking that.
He very much models himself on John Lennon as when he plays through mid-wicket, does Jamie Smith. There's a joke in there somewhere about imagine you're John Lennon.
Sorry.
I've not quite worked it out yet. Oh, appeal for LBW. Height could be the issue again, and once more for, well, the fifth time that Pope has been struck on the pad. Abbott turns round to see Russell Warren unwilling to raise the finger.
Quick shout out for Edward Connolly, who somehow managed to leave 10 minutes before play resumed.
Oh, Edward.
Convinced a bad light meant that there'd be no play. He's now watching the stream from the comfort of the sofa.
Well, at least you're comfortable.
I was going to say I envy him, but I don't.
Thanks.
Cricket.
I think it takes a certain resilience as a fast bowler when you've not necessarily had all the luck. Another big LBW shout, and then the next ball right on the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
And a big statement defensive stroke from Ollie Pope. Carl Abbott's got to keep on plugging away, and he's done that relentlessly for the 14.2 overs so far.
Thank you also to Alex Brooks, who's just heard our Harry Brook chat and just emailed something in very interesting.
Nice shot, really nice shot. And Pope has advanced a number of times in this innings. This time, finds the gap, gets 4, and moves closer to a half-century.
Pressure just been slightly starting to relieve, maybe. As I say, Alex Brooks has emailed in a very interesting article about Don Bradman meeting Babe Ruth.
Oh yeah.
So speaks to the fact that I'm talking about cricket and baseball merging as if I've discovered something, and this conversation has been happening for about 60 or 70 years.
But I think it's probably slightly different these days, because cricket is much more a game of power hitting now than it was in Bradman's era, isn't it?
Yes. I think that's a very good point. And there's also the interesting analogy between the two sports, but because of the developing technology and size of people, the game's actually changing, because in cricket people can hit sixes more easily. In baseball, home runs are being scored way more frequently.
Is that right?
Yeah, so the actual fundamental dynamic of the sport.
That's interesting, especially a sport like baseball, where you've got that, you know, a lot more rides on a home run.
Yeah.
In the context of a game than a six would, a single six would in a match, perhaps, in cricket.
Well, there's a sort of existential argument there, because a lot of the purists in baseball are saying that because home runs are more frequent, there's less in-play dynamic, which is what baseball's all about. And that feeds back into cricket in a lot of ways, where similarly purists would argue this form of cricket is being swallowed up by the muscle of short-form cricket in some ways.
Well left by Smith. The temptation was just a little fuller. He resisted the urge. 57 overs gone, 152 for 4.
I called out Henry a minute ago for more information about Steve Malkmus from Pavement being into cricket. Chris Clark's got in touch.
Yeah.
He is in an indie band called Sick Bookies. Right, okay. Won't go any further into that. But apparently, he's telling us, Malkmus got into cricket while on a gap year in Europe and Asia and Australia. And he's oddly a huge Hull City fan.
Well, how's that?
Sorry, I'm just sort of paused there. I'm trying to compute all that information.
There's a lot going on. But another big cricket fan from a world you wouldn't think. Dietmar Hamann, former Manchester City midfielder.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Absolutely loves cricket.
Which again makes sense to me, because he's methodical, he's analytical, and trying to think of some other reason.
I know what you mean. There's a sort of, there's a thoughtfulness to his play, isn't there? And he was famous for what? Football piece of trivia.
Oh, he was the last person to score a goal at the old Wembley.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
That is excellent knowledge.
Against Kevin Keegan's England.
Yeah, and that was Keegan's last game, I think. It
was. I did that famous picture of Keegan walking off in the rain.
Yeah. Not with an umbrella and a cup of tea. We saved that particular treat as an England national side for a few years
later.
Right then, Pope on the verge of what would be a 24th 50. Oh, well bowled. A little hostile from Fuller. I say it's a 24th 50. It's a slightly, I don't know, I always feel it's a little bit of a confusion, that, because actually it'll be the 40th time that he's passed 50. It's just on 16 of those occasions he's reached 100.
Right.
If you see what I mean.
I do see what you mean. Might be the nature of day's play we've had, but even though he's on 47, that's in some way surprising to me, because he does it. I haven't felt like, oh well, he's set yet.
No. Probably just a one run towards Barker in front of the dressing room, still wearing those short sleeves, but the fact that the collar's now up.
Oh, yeah, it's very symbolic of him going through the gears. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. According to John Surtees, who's looking after our production,
I'm aware of him.
Kevin Keegan resigned in the toilet.
I knew that.
I think I knew that as well.
Yeah.
And my last bit of trivia around that game is, you know when you drive into London, A40?
Yeah.
You get those big mounds at the Polish War Memorial.
Right, yeah.
You see on the right-hand side with a sort of spire or something.
Yeah.
What is in them is the old Wembley.
No.
Yeah. That is the rubble from the old Wembley.
Oh, right. Like sort of like the remains of them.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's happening here?
Well, boos ring around Keir Oval because bad light looks like it stopped play. To my eyes, it doesn't look demonstrably darker than it did 5 minutes ago.
Such a frustrating day, because all the cricket, it's been brilliant.
And so the bails are removed, and we have to, rather disappointingly, say that there's going to be another delay. It might be the final act of what has been an interesting day's play in the cricket that we've seen. I think if we have any rain now, and they are bringing the covers on, I think if we have any rain, then that probably will be it.
Henry, if it is it,
yeah.
How do you think Surrey are going to reflect on this? Because I actually think they might think if they get in now and plays called, they might feel like we've got away with it a little bit. Actually, that could have been way harder.
I completely agree. I think, given how challenging that session was, and particularly to keep Pope out there, he did brilliantly. I think we can safely say that. And yeah, there were LBW shouts and the ball beat the outside edge, but given the quality of the bowling and the conditions and having to restart, I think to be on 48 from 92 balls in an innings that's had a run rate of 2.6, you know, he's looked high class.
Yeah, that's going to be scary for Hampshire.
Where do you see the game?
Oh, I think it's really, really well poised. I think Surrey will still feel like they're slightly in front. I think there has been a tension though throughout today where they haven't got away, maybe because of the rain. Hampshire bowled a lot better at them. I can really feel that this is good. You could be in for a game here where there's a sort of a 250-ish chase on the last day, and then it's anyone's, isn't it?
Yeah. I think we're not far away from this being set up beautifully, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you'd have thought that, particularly if Pope was to get out, that parity with, what, 101, the difference between the sides at the moment, that would feel pretty plausible.
Yeah.
And then you're into a one-innings match, and that would be really exciting.
Do you know what their forecast is tomorrow?
Forecast, I think, is a little better tomorrow, actually. I think we're still not going to be terribly warm, but according to weather forecast, crucially, there might be a little bit of rain around, showers in the afternoon, and it's going to be murky and not necessarily that warm, as I said, northerly winds, so blowing things down from the Arctic. It's not going to feel much different today, but crucially, it'll be drier. Light could be a problem, but you give yourself the best chance if it's not raining, so we can have hope of that. Let me tell you what's happening in the county championship elsewhere.
Yes, please.
Because it is a day where other cricket has been taking place. Admittedly, there's been a fairly limited diet of it because of the rain that's been around. Suspended for bad light at Chelmsford, with Lancashire 82 for 1, leading Essex by 70. Bowled Essex out for 219 earlier, with Jimmy Anderson taking 4 wickets. No play on Friday at Northampton, Nottinghamshire, and indeed Warwickshire. All of those.
No play.
No play at all. So in some ways, we've got pretty lucky with what we've seen today. And this game, certainly in Division 1, along with that Essex game, has been the one that really has got away with it a little. And no play possible for 2 of the matches in Division 2 as well. Gloucestershire, Yorkshire hasn't seen a ball bowled yet.
I know.
Leicestershire, Derbyshire has Leicestershire at 2-4-3 for 2. And Worcestershire against Durham. Well, Durham had a lovely time of it. 4-2-5 for 9 declared. Worcestershire a 96 for 2. With bad light having stopped play there, and that's actually at the close. So that's the situation around the championship. And if you missed it earlier, well, the Calcutta Knight Riders against the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the Indian Premier League saw a spectacular innings from Harry Brook of Yorkshire and England. 100 not out from 55 balls, 12 fours, 3 sixes, and a strike rate of 181.8.
Wow. Go on, Harry.
Which is pretty spectacular. And along with Aidan Markram helping Sunrisers to 228 for 4. KKR in the 9th over at 82 for 4. So with 147 needed from 11.4, I think it's probably going to be the Sunrisers game, that one. So that is the state of play under murky skies at the Oval. There are a few that have, I think, perhaps had enough now and thought that maybe it's not feeling quite as likely that we'll have a resumption. I mean, the ground staff are by no means putting the outfield to bed, as it were, and getting things set for tomorrow. It's more a case of watching and waiting, but it does feel perhaps a little darker than it did 5 minutes ago, Felix.
But there's, I was just saying, looking at the body language out there, there's no real sense of urgency now, is it? It's an inevitability that that's going to be it, I think. I hope not, but it just feels that way, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, presumably we have to be playing by 6. and it is now 19 minutes to 6, and so you have to take away however long it'll take to get the ground ready. So my guess would be the umpires will perhaps assemble in the middle of the next 5 minutes, and that might be the moment that they say, well, we've had a reasonable bit of luck today in getting the cricket that we have, and we'll head on into the night and see what Friday night in South London's got.
Well, yeah, that's dangerous, trust me.
153 for 4 on a compelling day of cricket. If you missed any of what happened, well, we saw Surrey coming into the day 37 without loss, having survived an awkward session last night.
Yeah.
And the wickets that have fallen today, well, I don't know if the scorecard might be available to have a little look at. We'll talk you through it as we see the score at 153 for 4 as things stand. The deficit's still 101 runs. But it's been a day that saw Rory Burns and Dom Sibley coming to the crease together. Abbas got the first couple of wickets, with Dawson taking a good catch in the slip cordon. Burns caught behind off a beauty that just did enough to find the outside edge. Patel made 20 before being caught in the slips off the bowling of Fuller. And then finally, Carl Abbott, who was outstanding throughout the day, getting the wicket of Jordan Clark, LBW. If we have a look at those bowling figures, well, standout figures from Abbas. 21 overs on a chilly day in April is a good effort, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got an engine, hasn't he? I mean, he bowled for a long time.
2 for 39 is a really good effort. So that is the state of play. The partnerships that we've seen, well, there have been starts throughout. I think the frustration will probably be the fact that particularly the experience of Burns and Pope couldn't go on. A beauty to get rid of Burns, it has to be said.
Yep.
Patel played nicely, but ultimately his partnership with Ollie Pope was broken, and so Pope has been there for a decent chunk of it now, and we'll be hoping to go on and head towards that half century. If we don't see any more play today, then early in the morning session tomorrow. And if he can push on from there and push towards 100, we saw yesterday how Ben Brown's 95 really changed the story of the day. Pope can do something similar.
Absolutely.
And it could see the game being quite defined by a couple of innings, certainly in the first 2 innings of this match.
Yeah, yeah. Well, look, talking through those dismissals, actually, it just occurred to me that they were a bit stuck between a rock and a hard place, really, all the Surrey batters, and I don't know if a too-many amount of fault for their dismissals, really. I think the only thing you might say is Ryan Patel maybe driving a little loosely outside his off stump, and he sort of played with fire a little bit before that. But other than that, there was very little to be gained from those short sessions and periods of play. Tom Sibley didn't do much wrong. As you say, Roy Burns got a beauty. Jordan Clark probably batting 3 or 4 places above where he normally would. Was batting in difficult circumstances. So I don't know if they've done a huge amount wrong, really.
You can forgive players getting out for good bowling.
I can.
Well, you're a very generous man, you see, Felix. That's the thing. And you are ever forgiving. Because we've got time, right? And the final mention we're going to have in it. What's your 11? What's the final 11?
All right, come on in. Let's do it one last time. Let's put a pin in it. This is the longest 11 to compile.
Yeah.
In what was supposed to be sort of very light-hearted 10-minute thing.
Yeah.
It's taken 2 days of near constant correspondence to put this 11 together. Thank you if you got in touch. Opening the batting of the to reiterate, this is a musicians 11, so it's musicians that have played cricket, or we think have, or have at least been pictured attempting to play cricket
in cricket garb.
Exactly. Thank you for making a more concise point there. Up top, opening the batting, Sigrid is batting number 1. She's facing the first ball.
She's the Norwegian singer.
Exactly right, pop star. I can't remember what the cricketing influence is there.
We had Xavier got in touch to say that he had been at an event where she was eating a scone and did a lovely cover drive.
Thank you for so very that is. We don't need any more than that to put her up top. At the other end is Elton John, who Henry found a photo of blocking a ball in full whites.
Yeah, in pads. He's also wearing those old school gloves with the spikes on them. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, very old. And so that's a good opening partnership. Middle order strong. I'm not going to lie to you. Harry Jumper McFly is batting number 3. We know he's a gun cricketer. At 4, John Lennon clipping the ball through mid-wicket.
That's what started it all.
It started it all on a film set. A lot of people got in touch saying Captain Sensible from the Dam loves cricket, and
And Joe, he comes here. He grew up in Balham.
there's a lot of photographic evidence of him here, so it felt weird not to put him in the side. He's batting number 5, and I reckon he'll probably bowl a little bit as well. At 6, another all-rounder, Paul Gwigsy McGuigan from Oasis, the bass player who Noel Gallagher famously said during Oasis's glory years was more concerned about watching cricket. At 7, a lot of people mention this. Woody from Bastille loves his cricket. It felt wrong to have anyone else in the side other than Woody keeping wicket and batting 7. Rebecca Lucy Taylor, aka Self-Esteem, is bowling leg spin and batting 8.
You've seen a bowl leg spin, haven't you?
I haven't actually seen it.
Okay.
She's told me she has.
Right.
And when her and her band performed at the 100, was it last year? I think it was last year. They all performed in whites. So that's enough for me.
Yeah, more than enough.
And then your free seam bowlers, all offering a bit of variation, the illusion of variation at least. Katy Perry, who has opened a ceremony for the T20
Yeah,
Women's
she
World
did.
Cup.
Women's T. I think she had a go, a little bit of in a promo for that. She had a little go batting, so
There you go.
she's in.
And we know Jeffrey Boycott's a fan, of course.
Yes.
The other seamer who bowls a bit quicker than Katie and swings it is Mick Jagger.
I think he would swing it too.
Yeah,
I think he
agree.
would. I think he'd be a bit sort of like Mohammed Abbas, quite a slight frame, bustle to the crease, and get it through quicker than you're expecting, I imagine.
Well, at his age, yeah. And then at number 11, at number 11, the Coldplay frontman who we know bowls deceptively quick because of his height. And like his namesake from New Zealand, who can't bat, we're putting him at 11, it's Chris Martin.
It's lovely. That is great. And for a little bonus, as we wrap that up, because we got sent a picture of it, Banana Rama forming a snip
Oh, well, yeah, of
cordon,
course,
because
yeah,
we
yeah.
did get sent a picture of that, and we like that, and so we're having that as well. Right there. Well, there we go. I think you should take a photo of that, because you have also written what each person does.
I've written that. I've written what each person. And sorry, we've had that late call, of course, with Steve Maltmus from Pavement, so he's going to be 12.
Yeah, nice.
Man. Okay. So poor Stephen's going to be carrying the drinks for a few days there.
Well, that's all right. It's a strong 11, that. You're not going to beat that side, I think. Right then, I think we're going to leave that here. We'll be back, of course we will, if there's any more play. At the moment, ground staff, as we can see in the screen, they're not doing an awful lot in terms of getting things ready, because there's been no sign that there's any need to, really. It's still pretty murky. Though there is, there I said, a patch of blue sky overhead, but only a tiny patch of blue sky. So we will be back, if there is any action for the time being. From Felix White, myself, Henry Moeran, we will say toodaloo. Well, welcome back to Kia Oval, where a little cheer goes around the ground with the emergence of umpires Russell Warren and Alex Wharf to have a look and see if there's any prospect of play before we close on this Friday evening. My instinct is that this might be the final hurrah as umpire Warren, with those hands deep in the pockets, heads towards the Fortescue head groundsman here at the Oval. And might just be a case of, right, well, this is how long it's going to take to clear up. We might need to just call it for the night, but if there is any hope, we've been surprised before already today, so we will wait and see. 153 for 4 is the score, and that conference and conversation is taking place now, and lots of smiles on faces. But the fact that, bearing in mind that umpire Lee normally is resolutely in shorts, the fact that he's got a bobble hat on, scarf and gloves tells me that it's pretty cold, and we may not be in line for much more cricket today, if indeed any at all. But that'll be for the umpires to decide. There are still plenty of those in their whites in the dressing room, and so as gloves are compared and discussed out there in the middle, goodness knows if we're going to see any more cricket. It's one of those, isn't it, where you can be a little frustrated because to my eyes it doesn't look that much darker than it was earlier, maybe as dark as it was 10 minutes or so before they went off for bad light, but these things are a complicated and at times slightly confusing process, so we'll have to just wait and see what the eventual word that we will get from out in the middle is. I turn to more learned colleagues who might know what the official regulations are, and there's a shake of the head because we thought earlier it might be that 6 o'clock resumption was a sort of requirement, but maybe that isn't the case. Maybe they don't need to be playing by 6. We're going to find out. We're going to make the call. We're going to find out. We will let you know as soon as we know, but I wouldn't say this is a scene of imminent cricket myself. Even the pigeons are taking a sit down. So we will wait and see. If you missed it earlier, we've seen wickets tumbling, and it's been a day where 4 of them have gone down. We can have a little look at those now. First up was Dom Sibley with Abbas, that nagging line, and eventually finding the outside edge. This is a beauty to get Rory Burns. I think good luck playing that. No fault really attributed to the Surrey captain because it's just a good piece of bowling. Patel maybe a little loose on the drive, and a good catch from Vince. And then the 4th wicket to fall, that of Jordan Clark, who after so many appeals for LBW, Carl Abbott eventually got his man. He knew as well, as did the batter, who had to head back to the pavilion. So those are the wickets that have fallen in the day. And Ollie Pope remains unbeaten on 48, not far away from what would be a 24th first-class half-century. Jamie Smith's played a couple of lovely shots and is on 9. And though, in theory, there should have been a further 20 overs to be bowled today, don't think we're going to see them because we've had enough showers to interrupt things, and it doesn't feel altogether like it's going to get much brighter anytime soon. So while we wait for news from the middle, we can see that the conversation is taking place, but we've not had any official word as yet. As soon as we get it, of course, we will bring it to you. And as well as bringing you that information, you'll be able to see every single ball of cricket from the county championship here at the Kia Oval, with Surrey in action across our broadcast this summer. So much cricket to enjoy, for county cricket fans, and so many ways to follow it as well. You can be out and about listening on the radio with the BBC radio coverage, every ball of every single game. There's the live streams as well that you can watch, and so many ways to enjoy this wonderful game of ours. And it really is absolutely top level cricket, and we've seen that time and time again in this match so far, with the likes of Abbott and Abbas bowling to what was England's Test opening partnership not so long ago in Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. And so, as we wait to get the news from the middle, we can reflect at least on what has been a really entertaining couple of days play. Match beautifully poised as well. 101 is the difference between the two sides at the moment, with Hampshire having been bowled out for 254 late on the first day. 153 for 4 represents a really interesting position, I would say. Umpires thinking about heading back to the dressing room, presumably to say to the captains that no more play is possible. I don't know what the conversation will be out there at the moment with the groundsman, but whatever it is, it's very good-natured and full of enthusiasm. And as the groundsman and umpires head apart, we'll wait to see what news might be. We won't be far away from getting that information for you. And there are still a few that have stayed in. Yeah, 50 or so that are still in the ground, hoping to see a bit more cricket, because they know that there have been times in this second day where it looks as though it's all done and it's not been. And so we've had a little more cricket than perhaps we thought we would do. That gentleman in the background there is hoping that there might be the opportunity to see some more cricket. My instinct is probably not, I must be honest. But we will wait and see. Umpires head off the field. We will get words shortly, and that will be announced around the ground and across the various broadcasts as umpires Wharf and Moeran head towards the dressing room. It's under cloudy skies. There's the gasometer having overlooked this venue and so many famous moments. It's got plenty more to be watching as we go through the summer. There's a women's Ashes match here. There's, of course, the final test match in the men's Ashes series. There'll be the 100 and all the matches involving Surrey too, T20 Blast, the 50 over competition and the county championship, all of which you'll be able to follow across so many different channels and broadcasts as well. So it really is set up to be a brilliant summer's worth of cricket. And though we've been a bit frustrated today, I think in April, you can forgive that, because a lot of fixtures over the last couple of days haven't seen anything. Speaking about Gloucestershire against Yorkshire, which has been a real frustration. And similarly, on day 2, Leicestershire, Northampton, Notts, Warwickshire abandoned. And that has been the real frustration, so we've got quite lucky in some ways. Essex against Lancashire has had some cricket. And there we go. No further play is possible. Boos from 1 or 2, but
the players, officials, and of course you, the members and the fans. Please do leave the ground safely.
Well, indeed. We'll let that message boomerang to those inside Kemar Oval, and as we sort of expected, no further play is possible. So the match beautifully poised, 1-5-3 for 4 at the end of the day. Play will resume at 11 AM tomorrow morning. We will be on air shortly before that, bringing you full coverage, as I mentioned. So many ways to follow the action, whether it's on the live streams or across BBC local radio, bringing every ball of every game. And the action will be back underway, and the forecast is better tomorrow, so that is good news. Thank you for joining us. Myself, Felix White, Cameron Ponsonby, and Yas Rana as well. We'll have another stellar team for you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. It's been good fun, and for all your contributions as well. We will speak to you when the sun is hopefully shining in the morning here in South London.